There's a kind of calm power in people who see through life's chaos. People who handle situations with a steady hand, who think clearly when others lose their way, who make sound decisions when the world seems to scream for quick answers. It's not that they're immune to life's messiness. They face the same crises, setbacks and annoyances as everyone else. But they're equipped with something rare, a set of mental skills, practiced over time, that shields them from the impulsive traps most of us fall into. This guide is about building that mental clarity and strength, about harnessing the kind of thinking that keeps your mind steady and your heart calm, regardless of what life throws at you. But why do so few people master this way of thinking? Because society has a sneaky way of making us believe that acting fast means acting wisely. We're told to trust our gut, to rush to judgment, to pick a side quickly. Social media encourages us to react within seconds, to broadcast our opinions without a pause, to wear our emotions on our sleeves. So most of us rarely stop to ask ourselves, is this the best way to think? Ancient philosophers did ask that question, though. They were fiercely curious about how emotions affect judgment, how biases distort thinking, and how calm analysis can help us make the best decisions. These ancient thinkers weren't just interested in surviving their world. They wanted to master it, and they left behind a treasure trove of insights about how to live and think well. Among these, the Stoics stand out for their emphasis on critical thinking and rational thought. Their methods weren't just theoretical musings, they were practical steps for clear-minded living, laid out to help ordinary people cut through the noise of emotional distractions and mental biases. If you're ready to learn from these timeless ideas, there's no better moment to start. Because today, perhaps more than ever, we're bombarded with reasons to think in haste, to judge on instinct, and to act without clarity. And it's costing us. It costs us relationships, sleep, peace of mind, and even health. Think about it. Every stressful reaction, every misunderstanding with a loved one, every frustrating moment of regret often springs from a moment when we reacted without thinking. It's the unchecked emotions, the rush to judgment, the autopilot responses that derail our peace. But what if it didn't have to be this way? In their time, the Stoics recognized these same issues, even though their world was free from our modern distractions. Their teachings addressed timeless struggles, how to see the world as it is, how to separate facts from opinions, and how to master a calm, steady response to life's inevitable storms. They understood that the key to a stable, purposeful life starts with the mind. Their insights give us tools for navigating life with clarity and confidence. And perhaps the best part, these tools are simple, accessible, and ready to be put into practice by anyone willing to give them a chance. To practice Stoic thinking is to practice calm. It's learning to respond instead of react, to think before speaking, to understand that not every situation deserves an emotional investment. It's about mastering yourself to such an extent that no matter what's happening around you, you have the power to choose a response aligned with your values and goals. Instead of being led by emotions, you learn to step back, observe, and see things as they truly are. That's a power far beyond anything most of us are used to experiencing. Now, let's be real. This approach requires patience. Building mental resilience doesn't happen overnight. There will be moments when you'll stumble, when your emotions get the better of you, or when you act out of habit. But every time you pause, every time you decide to look a little closer at your thoughts before letting them control your actions, you're stepping closer to the freedom that clear, rational thinking offers. It's not a quick fix. It's a transformation. And what you stand to gain is a mind that can see beyond the surface, that can weigh options carefully and choose wisely. It's the kind of thinking that cuts through the noise, that doesn't buckle under pressure, that sees the difference between an opinion and a fact, between a reaction and a response. When we practice this way of thinking, life's challenges become manageable instead of overwhelming. And here's the beauty of it. Stoic thinking isn't cold or emotionless. Far from it. It's deeply connected to understanding and empathy. By clearing away the clutter of unchecked emotions, you actually become more open to the perspectives of others. You stop seeing people as obstacles to your peace and start seeing them as humans, with their own struggles and flaws. It's about making your mind strong enough to listen without judgment, to respond without anger, to learn without pride. This path offers a deeper connection to those around you, and perhaps most importantly, a deeper connection to yourself. This approach, tried and tested over centuries, offers more than just mental calm. It offers purpose. Think of the great leaders, thinkers, and even everyday heroes who inspire us. They aren't necessarily the loudest or most impulsive, but they are often the ones who know when to wait, when to weigh options, and when to make the tough calls with a clear mind. Their strength lies in their ability to stay grounded and think critically in moments when everyone else is swept up in the tide. That's what this guide will help you develop, the habits and mindsets that ground you, that clear the path through life's difficulties, and that bring a sense of calm purpose to your journey. The journey ahead is about becoming that steady presence in your own life, not a rigid, unfeeling statue, but a person who thinks deeply, who feels genuinely, and who responds wisely. The ancient Stoics paved the way, offering a roadmap to a resilient, thoughtful life. Their insights remain as relevant today as they were in their time, and this guide will take you through each step of the way. In the following chapters, we'll explore how these thinkers approached rationality, emotional control, decision-making, and the pursuit of truth. You'll learn how to uncover the cognitive biases that shape your perception, how to pause when emotions run high, and how to practice calm in any situation. We'll walk through techniques for critical thinking that make it possible to view situations from a grounded, balanced perspective. We'll delve into the nuances of reason, resilience, and reflection, and how they can strengthen your mind against life's daily challenges. Get ready to start a journey that doesn't promise perfection, but promises growth. Steady, transformative growth. The Stoics didn't believe in becoming superhuman. They believed in becoming a better human. They believed in practicing clarity, reason, and patience as a means to live fully and live well. Their wisdom is an invitation to take control of your mind, to steer your thoughts, and to become the kind of person who not only endures life's difficulties, but grows stronger because of them. What lies ahead is a guide to sharpening your mind and deepening your resilience. It's about empowering yourself to choose your responses with intention, to see situations from a distance, and to cultivate an unshakable calm. So if you're ready, let's get started. There's an immense strength in store for you, one that comes not from avoiding life's storms, but from learning to stand steady right in the middle of them. We are about to explore one of the most powerful, yet often misunderstood ideas in Stoic philosophy, the ability to think clearly and independently of emotional distractions. The ancient Stoics realized that unchecked emotions are one of the biggest obstacles to good judgment, clouding the mind, narrowing perception, and leading us away from rational decision-making. They recognized that the mastery of the mind requires more than knowledge. It requires the discipline to keep emotions in their rightful place, so they don't dominate our thinking. But what does it mean to have rational thought? It's not about eliminating feelings or becoming indifferent. Rather, it's about using emotions wisely, understanding their sources, and not allowing them to control us. It's about seeing situations for what they are, instead of what our emotions want them to be. To dive into this subject is to uncover why emotions, unchecked, can mislead us, and why a rational, calm mind remains the most powerful asset for navigating life. When emotions arise, they can seem all-consuming, pushing us to act quickly. Anger tells us to confront, fear insists we retreat, and frustration fuels impatience. Each emotion carries its own bias, influencing us to make choices we might not otherwise consider. The Stoics believed that by understanding the nature of these emotions, we could recognize them for what they are, temporary reactions rather than truths. This understanding creates a space between feeling and action, allowing us to choose our response with a clear mind. Feelings aren't our enemies, but when left unchecked, they distort reality. The Stoics viewed emotions like wild horses, powerful and capable of taking us somewhere meaningful, but only when harnessed with skill. Without guidance, these horses can pull us off track, leaving us far from our intended path. Rational thought provides the reins, guiding emotions rather than suppressing them, leading us to make decisions based on understanding rather than impulse. One reason emotions cloud judgment is that they feed on assumptions and snap judgments. Anger may arise because we assume someone intended to insult us, even if that wasn't the case. Fear may swell due to perceived threats, even if the danger is minimal or misunderstood. Emotions leap to conclusions faster than reason can keep up, pushing us toward actions rooted in assumption rather than clarity. By developing the habit of questioning these assumptions, we create a pause, a chance to see beyond the emotional haze and consider whether our initial perception matches reality. The Stoics advise that when emotions surge, the first step is to observe them without judgment. This doesn't mean ignoring them or pretending they don't exist. Instead, it involves recognizing that emotions are signals, not commands. When anger arises, for example, we can acknowledge it. I feel angry. By stating it plainly, we separate ourselves from the feeling. It becomes an experience rather than an identity. This simple practice creates distance, giving the rational mind a chance to engage. Rational thought depends on perspective. When emotions dominate, they narrow our view, making us focus only on what fuels the emotion itself. A mind gripped by anger, for instance, may fixate on perceived slights or wrongs, ignoring any evidence that might soften the anger. Similarly, anxiety tends to zero in on potential threats, blurring any reassurance or hope. The Stoics taught that broadening perspective, stepping back to see the whole picture, allows reason to balance the scales and provide a more complete understanding of any situation. Emotions are powerful because they appeal to our instincts. Anger, fear, joy, and sorrow all have survival functions, deeply ingrained to protect and motivate us. Yet, in modern life, these instincts often overreach, reacting to situations that don't actually threaten our well-being. When our emotions are triggered, they often stem from evolutionary responses that don't serve us well in everyday life. Rational thought allows us to interpret emotions without being controlled by them, identifying which feelings are worth acting upon and which are better left unheeded. The Stoics emphasize that while emotions are natural, they need guidance. Just as we would train our body to stay healthy, they believed we must train the mind to resist being overtaken by emotions. This involves learning how to view emotions as fleeting states rather than truths. Rational thinking is the ability to acknowledge that, while an emotion might feel overwhelming, it will pass. By recognizing its temporary nature, we're less likely to let it shape our actions or beliefs. One of the biggest barriers to rational thought is attachment to ego. When we feel threatened, dismissed, or overlooked, our ego flares up, often feeding anger, resentment, or pride. The Stoics saw the ego as a false sense of self that inflates our importance and distorts our perception. They encouraged humility, urging us to see ourselves as part of a larger whole rather than the center of the universe. By reducing the ego's grip, we open the door to clearer, more balanced thinking. In moments of strong emotion, our bodies react as if we're in physical danger. Heart rate increases, muscles tense, and breathing quickens, preparing us for a fight-or-flight response. This physiological reaction can trick us into feeling that a situation is more threatening than it is. The Stoics advocated physical practices like deep breathing and intentional relaxation to calm the body and, in turn, the mind. These techniques provide a buffer, allowing rational thought to emerge even in the midst of emotional turmoil. Rational thought thrives on patience, a virtue the Stoics valued immensely. They knew that time itself could be a powerful tool in calming emotions. When emotions surge, waiting before reacting often reveals the transitory nature of the feeling. By giving ourselves permission to pause, we allow the emotion to subside naturally, giving space for rational thinking to take over. Patience lets us observe the rise and fall of emotions without letting them dictate our actions. The Stoics believed that words shape thoughts, and thoughts shape reality. When we describe emotions in extreme terms, thinking we're furious rather than irritated, or devastated rather than disappointed, we intensify them, making rational thought more difficult. Language influences perception, and by choosing words carefully, we can calm our emotions. Describing feelings accurately but moderately helps us keep perspective, softening the emotional impact and leaving room for clear-headed analysis. An essential part of Stoic rationality is the ability to distinguish between what's real and what's imagined. Emotions often thrive on imagined scenarios, magnifying fears, worries, and assumptions. The Stoics taught that focusing on what is directly observable, what we know to be true, rather than what we suspect or fear, grounds us in reality. When we focus on tangible facts, the fog of emotion lifts, and we can make decisions based on clear, rational thought. Our emotions are influenced by the thoughts we dwell on. Anger grows when we replay offenses in our minds, and fear expands when we focus on worst-case scenarios. The Stoics understood that thoughts are the seeds of emotion, and by choosing which thoughts to water, we control the emotions that grow. Practicing selective thinking, intentionally directing our minds toward calm, rational thoughts, allows us to manage emotions rather than being managed by them. The Stoics saw self-reflection as a key to rationality. By regularly examining our thoughts, emotions, and actions, we gain insight into our habits and tendencies. This self-awareness helps us spot patterns that lead to emotional reactivity. When we understand our triggers, we're less likely to be blindsided by them. Reflection fosters a mindful approach to life, keeping us grounded in rational thought even when emotions run high. Developing rational thought is a daily practice. The Stoics believed that just as muscles grow stronger with exercise, the mind grows more resilient with practice. Each time we pause, reflect, or choose a rational response over an emotional reaction, we strengthen our mental discipline. This practice isn't about perfection, it's about progress. With each mindful choice, we become better equipped to handle life's challenges with wisdom and clarity. Every person experiences emotions differently. Some are naturally calm, while others feel things intensely. The Stoics acknowledged that people's emotional responses vary, and they encouraged each person to work within their own nature rather than forcing change. This approach respects individual differences while promoting growth, reminding us that rational thought is a journey, not a destination. One of the Stoic exercises for maintaining rational thought is to anticipate potential emotional triggers before they happen. Known as premeditation of adversity, this practice involves mentally preparing for situations that may provoke strong feelings. By considering these scenarios in advance, we reduce their emotional impact, allowing us to approach them with calm and clarity. This exercise fosters a proactive approach to emotional management, giving us a head start in staying rational. Stoics believed in observing emotions without attachment. Rather than identifying with a feeling, thinking, "I am angry," they practiced detachment, seeing emotions as separate from themselves. This perspective helps to prevent emotions from taking root in our sense of identity. By viewing emotions as temporary visitors rather than permanent residents, we make space for rational thought to guide our actions. The Stoics warned against the danger of over-identifying with specific beliefs or values, especially when they lead to emotional reactivity. When we hold tightly to certain ideas, we risk feeling threatened by any challenge to them. The Stoic approach encourages flexibility, teaching us to view beliefs as ideas to be examined rather than absolute truths. This open-mindedness allows for rational thought, even in the face of disagreement. In the pursuit of rationality, the Stoics valued simplicity. When faced with complex situations, emotions can make problems feel overwhelming. By simplifying our focus, breaking down issues into manageable parts, we reduce the emotional weight of the situation. Rational thought thrives on simplicity, allowing us to approach even the most challenging situations with clarity and purpose. Transitioning from understanding the foundation of rational thought, let's move into one of the most essential skills for a Stoic mind: maintaining calm under pressure. Calmness, the ability to keep a steady mental state, is often mistaken for passivity or lack of feeling, but in Stoic philosophy, it's anything but. A calm mind isn't a numb one. It's a prepared mind, a state that allows you to think clearly when chaos looms, a tool for handling life's tests with grace. This kind of mental clarity doesn't come from ignoring pressure, but from learning to transform it. Pressure often feels like it compresses time and space, making everything urgent and narrowing our focus to the intensity of the moment. But the Stoics believed that calm is the art of expanding your mental space, creating room to breathe, assess, and act with intention. Under pressure, most people allow their minds to mirror the external tension, letting anxiety or frustration take the reins. In contrast, Stoic calmness is about grounding yourself, about bringing your focus inward, away from the external pressure, and strengthening your mind's ability to stay present. One powerful tool the Stoics use to achieve this calm is mindful breathing. When tension rises, breathing often becomes shallow and fast, sending signals of stress to the brain. By consciously slowing and deepening your breath, you communicate calmness to your mind and body, creating a physiological anchor that steadies you. Breathing exercises train the mind to stay centered, even as the world around feels anything but. This practice is not only simple, but can be done anywhere, providing immediate calm even in the most overwhelming situations. Calmness under pressure also stems from perspective. When faced with a challenge, it's natural to zoom in on the problem, letting it dominate our mind. The Stoics practiced expanding perspective, seeing a problem as part of a larger picture. This shift creates a mental distance, helping you recognize that most pressures are temporary and don't define your entire reality. By viewing challenges as small parts of a bigger journey, you regain control, seeing them not as walls, but as steps along a path. In addition to perspective, Stoic calmness relies on accepting uncertainty. Much of our anxiety comes from the desire to control outcomes, to ensure that everything goes as planned. But in reality, control over external events is limited. The Stoics recognized that calmness under pressure requires embracing uncertainty. When you stop expecting guarantees and start viewing outcomes as unknowns, the pressure to make things perfect dissolves. Instead, you focus on what you can influence: your actions, responses, and mindset. Preparation is another technique for cultivating calm. The Stoics practiced premeditation of adversity, a mental exercise of considering potential challenges before they arise. By envisioning possible obstacles, you prepare yourself emotionally and mentally, reducing their impact when they occur. This practice doesn't mean dwelling on the negative, but rather preparing your mind to handle disruptions calmly. When something unexpected does happen, your mind doesn't react with shock or panic. It's ready, grounded, and able to respond thoughtfully. Equanimity, a sense of balanced calm, was a central Stoic concept. Unlike simple detachment, equanimity is a steady acceptance of both good and bad, an even-mindedness that prevents extreme highs and lows. When we become too invested in outcomes, our calmness is easily shaken by setbacks. Equanimity, however, teaches you to see every outcome neutrally as part of life's flow. By embracing equanimity, you create a state of internal stability that isn't swayed by external shifts. To maintain calm, the Stoics also encouraged practicing humility. When we view challenges as personal affronts or as reflections of our worth, we amplify their pressure. Humility, in contrast, allows us to see difficulties as universal parts of the human experience rather than personal failures. This perspective relieves self-imposed pressure, creating a mindset that can handle setbacks with grace. Humility grounds us, reminding us that we are neither above nor below challenges, but simply in relationship with them. Focusing on the present moment is a timeless technique for calm. Under pressure, the mind tends to race ahead, forecasting fears and imagining outcomes. The Stoics taught the power of staying present, focusing only on what can be done right now. This focus brings a refreshing clarity, shrinking the magnitude of pressure by focusing only on manageable actions. When you anchor your mind to the present, the weight of the future falls away, leaving you free to think and act with a calm clarity. Acceptance is another pillar of Stoic calmness. Much pressure stems from resistance, the refusal to accept things as they are. The Stoics embraced the practice of accepting reality fully, seeing acceptance not as resignation, but as clarity. By accepting that some things cannot be changed, you release the mental resistance that fuels stress. Acceptance lets you channel your energy toward effective action rather than into futile struggles against unchangeable circumstances. Detachment from outcomes is a core Stoic teaching for remaining calm. When our identity becomes tied to success or failure, any pressure intensifies, as every outcome feels like a judgment of our worth. Stoic detachment teaches that your value is separate from outcomes. By focusing on your efforts rather than results, you maintain calm by keeping your sense of self intact, regardless of what happens. This detachment isn't a lack of care, but a commitment to stability in the face of life's inherent unpredictability. Calmness also benefits from inner dialogue. During high-pressure moments, the mind often races with self-doubt, fear, or frustration. Stoic calm involves actively managing this internal dialogue, choosing thoughts that reinforce strength and clarity. By speaking to yourself with words of encouragement, grounding, or wisdom, you reinforce a mental environment that supports calm rather than anxiety. This inner voice becomes a guiding anchor, keeping you centered in challenging times. Visualization is another Stoic technique for calmness. Before a high-pressure event, visualizing yourself staying calm, handling each aspect with poise, prepares the mind to respond accordingly. Visualization doesn't guarantee an outcome, but it familiarizes the mind with a state of calm readiness. This mental rehearsal trains the brain to choose calmness automatically, reducing stress when faced with real-life challenges. Practiced regularly, visualization strengthens your ability to remain collected and focused. Embracing impermanence is a profound Stoic approach to calm. The Stoics believed that everything in life is transient. Emotions, pressures, situations all come and go. By embracing this impermanence, you see that pressure, no matter how intense, will pass. This realization provides a steadying effect, a reminder that even in the toughest moments, relief is ahead. Knowing that stress is temporary allows you to hold on to calmness, waiting patiently for the tension to subside. Stoic calmness also stems from understanding personal values. Pressure often feels heightened when we're unsure of our priorities, pulled in multiple directions. By clarifying values, you create a mental map that simplifies decision-making. With values in place, each choice becomes clearer and the pressure of indecision fades. Knowing what matters most keeps your mind focused, reducing the chance of being overwhelmed by competing demands or trivial concerns. Resilience supports calmness, and for the Stoics, resilience is the practice of facing challenges with confidence in your ability to handle them. By trusting that you can endure hardship, you naturally remain calmer under pressure. Resilience is built over time through each small success in handling stress. The more you face challenges with calm, the more resilient you become, creating a cycle where each instance of calm builds strength for the next. Calmness benefits from creating a personal ritual, a mental or physical practice that restores your center. Whether it's a deep breath, a grounding thought, or a simple phrase, having a ritual brings familiarity and comfort in tense moments. This ritual acts as a signal to your mind to relax, resetting your state when pressure builds. Repeated over time, these rituals reinforce calmness as a conditioned response, a practice that brings instant calm to any moment of stress. Self-compassion, an often overlooked Stoic value, aids in maintaining calm. When faced with pressure, we're quick to criticize ourselves for mistakes, adding internal stress. Self-compassion creates a gentler approach, recognizing that everyone struggles and that mistakes are natural. This mindset helps reduce self-inflicted pressure, keeping the mind open and calm. Compassion toward yourself fosters a balanced, supportive mental environment, which is essential for staying calm under duress. The Stoics recognized that knowledge empowers calmness. When we understand a situation fully, fear of the unknown diminishes. Seeking information, analyzing details, and gathering insights allow you to handle pressure with confidence. Knowledge brings clarity, reducing the influence of anxiety by providing a solid foundation for decision-making. By focusing on learning, you transform pressure into an opportunity for growth and understanding, allowing calmness to replace fear. Self-awareness strengthens calmness. The Stoics emphasized understanding one's strengths and limitations, fostering an honest relationship with oneself. By knowing your abilities, you can approach pressure without overestimating or underestimating your capacity. Self-awareness encourages realistic expectations, minimizing the risk of feeling overwhelmed. This knowledge fosters a grounded calmness, rooted in an authentic view of what you can handle. The Stoics saw gratitude as a source of calm. In times of pressure, focusing on what you're grateful for shifts the mind from stress to appreciation. Gratitude changes the focus from scarcity to abundance, easing the intensity of pressure. By recognizing what you have rather than what you lack, gratitude provides a mental shift that softens the emotional impact of pressure, allowing calm to re-emerge. Forgiveness, both for others and yourself, is essential to calm. Resentment and guilt are mental burdens that increase pressure, clouding judgment. By practicing forgiveness, you release the mental tension tied to past events, making space for calm. This act is not about condoning actions, but about freeing your mind from emotional weight. Forgiveness clears the mind, paving the way for clear thinking and calm responses. The Stoics taught that silence is a refuge for calm. In high-pressure moments, silence allows thoughts to settle, creating space for clarity to emerge. Silence isn't just the absence of noise. It's an active choice to pause, to give the mind room to process. By cultivating moments of silence, especially during intense situations, you provide the mind with a sanctuary where calmness can naturally arise. Humor, surprisingly, plays a role in Stoic calmness. When pressure builds, finding humor in a situation allows us to release tension, seeing the lighter side of life. Humor shifts perspective, reminding us not to take everything too seriously. This playful approach doesn't diminish challenges, but provides a mental break, helping calmness to return. By embracing lightness, we regain a balanced view, grounding us in the face of stress. Moving from the foundation of calm under pressure, we enter a core Stoic principle that transforms how we view our choices and responses, distinguishing what lies within our control. This understanding isn't just an idea, it's a powerful shift that releases us from the grip of frustration, anxiety, and helplessness. When we realize where our influence begins and ends, we're better equipped to make wise decisions, directing our energy toward what truly matters. This mindset isn't about giving up. It's about focusing on the areas where our actions make the most impact, freeing us from the weight of what we can't change. At its heart, the Stoic belief in controlling only what we can is liberating. It shows us that while we may not control others' actions, events, or outcomes, we have absolute authority over our responses, attitudes, and choices. When faced with any decision, the Stoic asks, "Is this within my control?" This question reframes challenges, narrowing the focus to our own sphere of influence. Rather than reacting to external chaos, this mindset turns our gaze inward, empowering us to respond with purpose rather than frustration. Understanding control means grasping that we are responsible for our thoughts, intentions, and actions, not for the results they bring. This approach challenges us to give our best effort in any situation without clinging to a particular outcome. The Stoics recognize that while we can prepare, plan, and act with intention, life's events will unfold in ways beyond our influence. Embracing this reality allows us to invest fully in our actions, knowing we have done our part without becoming attached to specific results. One of the most common sources of stress is the desire to control what's outside our reach, whether it's other people's opinions, outcomes of situations, or events in the world. This need for control often leads to disappointment and resentment. The Stoic approach offers a way out, focusing on the internal, on what's truly ours to manage. This mental shift transforms disappointment into acceptance, frustration into understanding, and anxiety into clarity. It frees us from the constant struggle against forces we cannot direct. This practice requires honesty with ourselves about what we can and cannot influence. It's easy to assume control over things beyond our reach, but this mindset invites a clear-eyed look at reality. We can influence others through our actions, but we cannot dictate their responses. We can prepare for the future, but we cannot control it. This distinction cultivates humility, reminding us that while we are powerful in our own choices, the world operates according to forces beyond us. Focusing on what we can control narrows our attention to a manageable sphere, making it easier to make sound decisions. By centering our thoughts on our intentions, beliefs, and behaviors, we create a more grounded approach to life's challenges. This focus simplifies complex situations, allowing us to see clearly where our actions hold weight. In doing so, we avoid unnecessary stress and feel more confident in our decisions, knowing that we are acting within our power. Acceptance is a cornerstone of the Stoic approach to control. When we stop resisting what's beyond us, we conserve energy that would otherwise be spent on frustration or anger. Acceptance doesn't mean resignation. Rather, it's the ability to see things as they are, making space for effective responses. This perspective brings a sense of calm and allows us to make choices without the burden of wishing reality were different. Acceptance is a foundation for wisdom, guiding us to focus on actions that align with what's truly possible. The Stoic practice of control involves a deep sense of responsibility for oneself. By focusing on what we can influence, we take ownership of our lives, no longer blaming others or external situations. This responsibility isn't about self-blame, but rather a commitment to personal integrity. When we own our choices, we build resilience, knowing that our responses define our character more than any external event. This mindset strengthens our sense of agency, making us feel capable of navigating life's uncertainties. This approach also teaches us to release attachment to outcomes. When we cling to a specific result, our happiness becomes conditional, dependent on things outside our influence. By focusing on effort rather than outcome, we find peace regardless of what happens. This detachment isn't indifference but freedom, a willingness to accept any outcome with grace, knowing that we have acted according to our values. Detachment creates emotional balance, a steady ground where satisfaction isn't tied to success or failure. Recognizing what's within our control also leads to greater compassion for others. When we understand that each person has their own internal world, influenced by factors we can't control, we're less likely to judge or blame. This awareness encourages us to respect others' autonomy, allowing us to relate with empathy rather than frustration. By releasing the need to control others, we create space for connection and understanding, seeing people as fellow travelers rather than obstacles. The Stoics saw the mind as the one thing we can fully control. External circumstances may shift, and people may act unpredictably, but our thoughts remain ours to guide. This insight creates a stable inner world, a place of calm amidst change. By nurturing a disciplined mind, we strengthen our ability to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. This control over our inner state is the essence of freedom, a freedom no one can take from us. Emotional resilience grows from distinguishing control. When we stop trying to control what's outside ourselves, we reduce the emotional turmoil tied to outcomes. By focusing only on our own actions, we become less affected by life's fluctuations. This emotional stability supports a balanced outlook, allowing us to weather disappointments without losing inner peace. When we invest only in what's ours to manage, we shield ourselves from the anxiety and disappointment that often come from clinging to the uncontrollable. Clarity is another benefit of the Stoic approach to control. When we're clear about what we can influence, we can prioritize our energy effectively. This clarity simplifies decision-making, as we're no longer distracted by things outside our reach. It becomes easier to focus on our goals, values, and actions, aligning them with what we genuinely control. With this clarity, we avoid the confusion and frustration that arise from trying to manage the unmanageable. The Stoic perspective on control cultivates patience. When we accept that certain things are beyond us, we develop patience for situations and people we cannot change. This patience is grounded in understanding, a willingness to let events unfold without forcing outcomes. It teaches us to work with life's natural rhythms rather than against them. Patience becomes a strength, a tool for enduring life's challenges without frustration or haste. This mindset also encourages adaptability. When we're not attached to controlling outcomes, we become more flexible, open to adjusting our plans in response to change. Adaptability frees us from rigid thinking, allowing us to respond to life's twists with creativity and resilience. By focusing on our responses rather than resisting change, we gain the agility to navigate uncertainty, seeing change as an opportunity rather than a threat. The Stoic approach to control emphasizes the importance of self-discipline. Managing what's within our reach requires consistent effort, a commitment to acting in alignment with our values. Self-discipline becomes a tool for growth, strengthening our ability to make choices based on principle rather than impulse. This discipline creates a strong foundation, a steady framework for decision-making that isn't swayed by external pressures. Setting boundaries is another way we exercise control. Boundaries protect our well-being, allowing us to manage our energy and attention. By setting clear boundaries, we define what's acceptable in our relationships and commitments. Boundaries aren't walls, they're guidelines that help us navigate interactions with integrity. In doing so, we respect our limits, ensuring that our efforts go toward what truly matters, rather than being scattered by others' demands. Prioritizing values is central to the Stoic approach to control. By identifying our core values, we create a compass for decision-making, a way to focus on what aligns with our beliefs. This prioritization simplifies choices, guiding us to act in ways that reflect our inner principles. When our decisions are rooted in values, we experience a deeper sense of fulfillment, knowing that we're living in harmony with our true selves. Self-awareness deepens our understanding of control. By examining our thoughts, emotions, and habits, we become aware of areas where we often try to control the uncontrollable. This awareness helps us recognize patterns that lead to frustration or disappointment. Through reflection, we gain insight into our tendencies, allowing us to make intentional changes. Self-awareness supports a conscious approach to control, empowering us to make choices aligned with reality. Resilience grows from distinguishing control. When we let go of trying to change others or circumstances, we become more resilient, capable of facing challenges without losing inner balance. Resilience isn't about avoiding hardship, but about enduring it with strength and patience. By focusing only on our responses, we cultivate a durable mindset, one that can withstand life's tests without becoming overwhelmed. Decision-making becomes easier when we understand control. When faced with choices, we can ask whether each option is within our influence, focusing on those that align with our abilities. This approach clarifies decisions, freeing us from the paralysis that often accompanies uncertainty. By limiting our choices to what we can control, we gain confidence in our decisions, knowing that we're acting within our capacity. The Stoic practice of control leads to greater inner peace. When we stop wrestling with what's outside our influence, our minds become less chaotic. This peace isn't about ignoring problems. It's about accepting life as it is, without adding unnecessary turmoil. Inner peace supports a clear mind, a foundation for thoughtful decision-making and emotional resilience. Delegating is a practical way of embracing control. Recognizing that we cannot do everything ourselves, we allow others to take on tasks that aren't central to our purpose. Delegation frees us to focus on what truly requires our attention, reducing the burden of trying to manage every detail. It teaches us to trust others and to let go, knowing that we are not solely responsible for everything. From recognizing what we can and cannot control, we step into another essential practice that complements this insight: the power of pausing. In high-stakes moments where emotions can surge and clarity can waver, the simple act of pausing becomes a transformative tool. This pause allows us to step back, create space between impulse and action, and foster emotional detachment, a calm neutrality that enables wise decisions without letting temporary feelings sway us. Pausing is not about suppressing emotions. It's about finding a moment of clarity that allows us to experience emotions without letting them dictate our actions. Pausing in intense moments is a subtle yet powerful way to shift our internal state. When pressure builds, there's often an instinct to act immediately to relieve tension. But by choosing to pause, even for a few seconds, we change the momentum of our thoughts, making space for reason and perspective. Pausing is a way to reclaim control over our reactions, allowing emotions to soften so that we can respond thoughtfully. With practice, this becomes a habit that supports resilience and mental clarity in the most demanding situations. Pausing also opens a path to self-observation. In moments of high stress, thoughts can blur together, and the line between reaction and reason fades. By stepping back through a pause, we can observe our responses, separating emotions from the actions they might provoke. This practice cultivates emotional intelligence, helping us understand the roots of our reactions and notice patterns that may otherwise go unchecked. With this clarity, we can begin to respond with intention rather than letting fleeting emotions drive us. Through the pause, we can protect ourselves from impulsive decisions. Regrets often come from actions taken in the heat of strong emotions. An angry comment, a fearful withdrawal, a commitment made out of guilt. Pausing disrupts this cycle, allowing us to wait until we've gathered our thoughts. Over time, the habit of pausing leads to a steadier approach to decision-making, helping us navigate life with choices rooted in calm and clarity rather than reaction. Emotional detachment, a benefit of pausing, gives us distance from the intensity of the moment. Detachment doesn't mean ignoring emotions. Rather, it allows us to feel without being overwhelmed. This mental separation strengthens our resilience, making us less susceptible to the push and pull of emotions, whether they come from within or from external sources. Detachment builds a centered calmness, a quality that steadies us even in high-pressure environments. Pausing also cultivates patience. High-stakes situations often bring an urgency to act, a desire to resolve discomfort quickly. Pausing teaches us to be patient with the moment, embracing the present without rushing to fix it. This patience reshapes our relationship with time, teaching us to value thoughtful responses over hurried actions. By learning to wait, we strengthen our capacity to handle pressure with poise and endurance. The pause also deepens our ability to listen. When emotions are high, our focus narrows, and we may miss important perspectives, both our own and those of others. Pausing broadens our attention, helping us listen instead of react. This creates room for empathy, both for ourselves and for others, leading to greater understanding. The simple act of listening in these moments fosters stronger relationships and a deeper connection to our own needs and values. By pausing, we shift our focus from external events to our internal state. It's easy to become caught up in the details of a tense situation, but a pause brings attention back to how we're responding. Focusing inward helps us see that our response shapes our experience more than any external circumstance. This inward focus cultivates a sense of mastery, a steady confidence that is not dependent on what's happening around us. Integrity is preserved through the power of pause. In high-stakes moments, there's often pressure to compromise values or conform to external expectations. A pause allows us to reconnect with what truly matters, aligning our actions with our principles. This alignment builds trust with others, as they see us as consistent and true to our word. Integrity, protected through the pause, becomes a quiet strength that supports us through life's challenges. The pause invites reflection, giving us a moment to ask why we're feeling a certain way. Rather than simply reacting to anger or fear, we can explore the underlying beliefs fueling these emotions. This reflection uncovers hidden assumptions, insecurities, or past experiences that might otherwise drive our actions. By understanding these roots, we gain control over them, reducing their influence over time. This self-awareness is essential for making choices grounded in clarity and understanding. Pausing also allows us to recalibrate our expectations. Much of the stress in high-stakes situations comes from unmet expectations, both of ourselves and others. Through a pause, we can reassess these expectations, questioning whether they're realistic or if they're creating unnecessary tension. Adjusting our outlook can replace frustration with acceptance, helping us adapt to the moment with flexibility. This mental shift brings a sense of calm, allowing us to navigate the unexpected with greater ease. Mindful breathing is a central aspect of the pause. Deep, intentional breaths calm the nervous system, signaling that there is no immediate danger. This act of breathing interrupts the stress response, creating a foundation for clearer thinking. Practiced regularly, mindful breathing becomes a grounding tool, helping us find stability even in moments of high emotion. Each breath reinforces our capacity to remain present, strengthening a resilience that is rooted in calm awareness. The pause also nurtures humility, a recognition that we don't always have the answer. In tense situations, there's often pressure to act quickly, but the pause reminds us that rushing doesn't guarantee the best outcome. Humility lets us sit with uncertainty, allowing events to unfold without needing to control every detail. Accepting our limitations creates space for thoughtful action, a wisdom that grows each time we pause and choose to reflect. Resilience develops through the pause, as it trains us to choose responses over reactions. Each time we pause, we strengthen our ability to withstand emotional intensity without losing balance. This resilience becomes a natural part of who we are, an inner strength that supports us through both everyday challenges and significant trials. Over time, resilience transforms challenging moments into opportunities for growth. The pause also sharpens our focus on what matters most. Stress can make us fixate on small details or lose sight of our larger goals. Pausing brings our attention back to the essentials, clarifying our priorities. By learning to concentrate on what's important, we reduce mental clutter, enhancing our effectiveness in decision-making. This focus is invaluable in high-stakes situations, where clarity can mean the difference between success and setback. The pause is also a break from the inner critic. Under pressure, self-criticism often intensifies, clouding judgment and eroding confidence. By pausing, we create space to choose self-compassion over harsh self-judgment. This kindness creates a supportive inner environment, one that fosters clarity and strength rather than self-doubt. Each pause becomes a moment of inner relief, lightening the weight of self-imposed pressure and allowing us to approach situations with confidence. Self-trust grows through the habit of pausing. Each time we pause and make a mindful choice, we reinforce our belief in our own judgment. This self-trust strengthens over time, creating a solid foundation that keeps us steady. With this trust, we are less swayed by others' opinions or expectations, making it easier to act authentically. Trust in oneself, nurtured through the pause, is a quiet confidence that guides us through life's complexities. Pausing also provides a fresh perspective on urgency. High-stakes situations often create a sense of immediacy, a belief that everything must be resolved instantly. By pausing, we realize that many situations allow for more time than we initially believe. Recognizing this helps us distinguish between real urgency and manufactured pressure, enabling a calm response. This perspective reclaims control over our pace, creating a more thoughtful approach to problem solving. The pause invites us to question our assumptions. Emotions often stem from unexamined beliefs about ourselves or others. By pausing, we can challenge these assumptions, asking whether they're based on fact or fear. This questioning reveals biases and irrational fears, freeing us from their grip. Letting go of limiting assumptions brings clarity, allowing us to see situations with fresh eyes and respond more effectively. Through the pause, we learn to separate facts from interpretations. High-stakes moments often blend reality with subjective views, intensifying our emotional response. A pause creates space to distinguish what actually happened from how we perceive it. This distinction reduces emotional intensity, enabling responses based on clarity rather than on inflamed interpretations. Learning to make this separation brings groundedness, a necessary quality for navigating difficult situations with calm. Gratitude also becomes a part of the pause, shifting our focus from what's wrong to what's right. Stress narrows our view, often leading us to fixate on problems, but the pause widens our perspective, reminding us of what we have. This gratitude grounds us, reducing the pressure of high-stakes moments and fostering a sense of balance. Gratitude turns the pause into a moment of inner peace, showing us that even in difficult times, there is always something to appreciate. Courage grows through the power of pause, helping us face challenges without yielding to fear. In high-stakes moments, fear can easily steer our decisions, leading us to take the path of least resistance. Pausing gives us a chance to assess fear objectively, recognizing it as a feeling rather than a command. This reflection strengthens courage, making it easier to act with intention instead of reacting out of fear. Courage, developed through the pause, becomes a reliable source of support in uncertain times. Building on the power of pausing to cultivate detachment, clarity, and wise response, we move to another fundamental aspect of Stoic practice: identifying cognitive biases. Our minds are wired in ways that can subtly and sometimes dramatically distort reality. These mental traps, or biases, shape how we interpret the world, often leading us toward unwise decisions. Recognizing these biases is essential for gaining mental freedom, as it enables us to see the world more clearly, beyond the illusions our minds sometimes create. This understanding allows us to approach situations with a sharper, more grounded perspective, one less influenced by assumptions and habitual thinking. Cognitive biases are mental shortcuts that, while often helpful, can lead us astray. The Stoics understood that these biases cloud judgment, narrowing perception, and influencing behavior in ways that are often invisible to us. By learning to identify these biases, we uncover how our minds shape experiences, revealing where our thinking might be skewed. This knowledge provides a foundation for making choices rooted in reality, allowing us to act from a place of wisdom rather than from conditioned patterns. One common bias is confirmation bias, the tendency to seek information that aligns with our existing beliefs while ignoring evidence that challenges them. This bias limits our growth as it reinforces only what we already think, making it difficult to see new perspectives. By recognizing confirmation bias, we can intentionally expose ourselves to different viewpoints, creating a fuller understanding of any situation. This practice cultivates humility, reminding us that our beliefs are only one part of the larger truth. The availability heuristic is another mental trap that impacts judgment. This bias causes us to overestimate the importance of information that comes readily to mind, often because it's recent or vivid. We might believe that dramatic recent events are more likely to recur, even if they're statistically rare. By recognizing this bias, we can step back and assess situations more objectively, considering all relevant information rather than only what's most immediate or memorable. The bandwagon effect, or groupthink, is a bias where we align our beliefs with those of others to fit in or avoid conflict. This tendency can lead us away from independent thinking, making it easy to adopt ideas without critical examination. The Stoics valued independent thought and saw it as essential to a life of integrity. By resisting the pull of groupthink, we cultivate courage and self-trust, enabling us to form beliefs based on our own understanding rather than on social pressure. The halo effect influences how we judge people based on a single characteristic, often leading us to view them more favorably or unfavorably in all areas. For instance, we might assume that a successful person is also wise, ethical, or kind. Recognizing this bias helps us see people more accurately, separating specific traits from overall judgments. By moving beyond the halo effect, we become more discerning, allowing us to appreciate others without idealizing or unfairly judging them. Anchoring bias is the mind's tendency to rely heavily on the first piece of information we receive, even if it's not accurate. This initial anchor often shapes our subsequent thoughts, influencing decisions in ways we may not realize. By identifying anchoring bias, we learn to question our first impressions, allowing space for a more balanced view. This practice supports flexible thinking, helping us adjust our perspective as new information becomes available. Overconfidence bias is a mental trap that can make us overestimate our abilities or knowledge, leading to misjudgments. Confidence can be empowering, but when it turns into overconfidence, we risk overlooking important details or underestimating challenges. Recognizing this bias encourages a realistic view of ourselves, one that acknowledges strengths without ignoring limitations. This honest self-assessment supports wiser decision-making, especially in high-stakes situations. The Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias that leads people with limited knowledge to overestimate their competence. This bias can make it difficult for us to recognize our own blind spots. By understanding this effect, we remain open to learning, recognizing that growth comes from acknowledging our areas of inexperience. This humility promotes a mindset of lifelong learning, making us more receptive to knowledge that strengthens our skills and insights. The framing effect reveals how the way information is presented influences our choices. For example, the same data presented as a 90% success rate or 10% failure rate can lead to different decisions, even though both phrases communicate the same information. Recognizing this bias helps us see beyond presentation, focusing on the underlying facts rather than on how they're framed. This clarity enables us to make decisions based on substance, not on superficial persuasion. The negativity bias is the mind's tendency to focus more on negative experiences or threats than on positive ones. This bias can distort reality, leading us to see situations as worse than they are. By identifying negativity bias, we bring balance to our perception, reminding ourselves to consider positive aspects as well. This balanced view fosters resilience, reducing the power of negative experiences to overshadow our overall perspective. The sunk cost fallacy is a mental trap that leads us to continue an endeavor simply because we've already invested time, money, or effort in it. This bias can keep us stuck in unproductive situations, fearing that walking away would mean wasting past efforts. By recognizing the sunk cost fallacy, we learn to make decisions based on present and future value rather than on past investment. This perspective frees us to move forward without unnecessary guilt or attachment. The placebo effect, though often discussed in the context of medicine, is a powerful example of how beliefs influence reality. When we expect positive results, we're more likely to experience them, even if the treatment is inactive. This effect reminds us that perception shapes experience, showing us that mindset plays a role in outcomes. Recognizing the placebo effect encourages us to examine our beliefs, making sure they align with reality rather than with wishful thinking. The endowment effect describes our tendency to overvalue things simply because we own them. This bias can make it difficult to let go of possessions or ideas, even when they no longer serve us. By identifying the endowment effect, we gain clarity on what truly holds value, making it easier to release attachments. This practice fosters a sense of freedom, reducing the burden of unnecessary possessions or outdated beliefs. The self-serving bias is a tendency to attribute our successes to our own efforts and our failures to external factors. This bias can limit self-awareness, preventing us from recognizing areas where we need improvement. By understanding the self-serving bias, we take ownership of our actions, acknowledging both strengths and weaknesses. This honest reflection promotes growth, making us more accountable and proactive in addressing challenges. The attribution bias affects how we explain others' behavior, often attributing their actions to personal traits while ignoring situational factors. For example, we might assume someone is rude if they don't greet us, rather than considering that they might be preoccupied. Recognizing attribution bias encourages empathy, reminding us to consider multiple perspectives before forming judgments. This practice leads to greater understanding in relationships, fostering connection over assumption. The optimism bias is a mental trap that leads us to expect more favorable outcomes than might be realistic. While positivity can be beneficial, excessive optimism can result in poor planning or underestimated risks. By identifying optimism bias, we gain a more balanced outlook, one that considers both possibilities and potential setbacks. This realistic view supports sound planning, reducing the likelihood of being blindsided by unforeseen challenges. Loss aversion is the tendency to feel the pain of loss more acutely than the pleasure of gain. This bias can lead us to make overly cautious decisions, avoiding risks that might actually bring benefit. By understanding loss aversion, we learn to weigh potential losses and gains objectively, making choices that reflect a balanced consideration of both. This perspective fosters courage, helping us embrace opportunities without undue fear. The hindsight bias causes us to view past events as more predictable than they were, leading us to believe we knew it all along. This bias can create overconfidence as we overlook the unpredictability of life. By recognizing hindsight bias, we cultivate humility, accepting that the future is inherently uncertain. This understanding makes us more adaptable, less prone to overconfidence, and more open to learning from each experience. Belief. Perseverance is a cognitive bias that leads us to cling to beliefs even in the face of contradictory evidence. This stubbornness can prevent growth, as it blocks us from integrating new information. By identifying belief perseverance, we create space for open-mindedness, reminding ourselves that beliefs should evolve with evidence. This flexibility promotes mental agility, making it easier to adapt to change and embrace new insights. The fundamental attribution error leads us to overemphasize personal characteristics and underemphasize situational factors when judging others. This bias can result in harsh judgments, as we might assume someone's behavior reflects their character rather than their circumstances. Recognizing this bias encourages compassion, allowing us to view others with greater understanding. This empathy builds stronger relationships, helping us connect without letting snap judgments create distance. The anchoring effect is another mental trap, where initial information disproportionately influences subsequent decisions. For example, a first offer in negotiations can set an anchor that skews further discussion. By identifying anchoring, we question our initial assumptions, creating space for a fairer and more objective perspective. This practice of re-evaluation helps us avoid the limitations of first impressions, fostering decisions rooted in balanced information. With a foundation in identifying cognitive biases, we turn now to objective analysis, a practice that allows us to see problems and challenges without the distortions of personal bias. This approach is central to clear thinking, enabling us to examine situations as they are rather than how we want or fear them to be. Objective analysis isn't about removing emotions, it's about finding the truth beneath them, a way to look at problems with clarity and balance. By learning to set aside personal biases, we uncover solutions rooted in reality, empowering us to make decisions that align with reason rather than with habit or assumption. Objective analysis begins with a willingness to look beyond our immediate perceptions. Often, when a problem arises, we view it through the lens of our past experiences, preferences, or fears. This perspective limits us, as it filters information based on what we think we already know. Practicing objectivity requires an open mind, a readiness to consider the problem from multiple angles without jumping to conclusions. By observing rather than reacting, we create the space needed to see situations as they truly are. One powerful aspect of objective analysis is learning to separate facts from opinions. In the midst of a challenge, it's easy to mistake personal feelings for objective truths, believing that our view of a situation is the only one that matters. By distinguishing what is factual from what is subjective, we begin to build a foundation of clarity. This separation allows us to focus on the evidence, making choices grounded in reality rather than in assumptions. Over time, this habit strengthens our ability to face problems with calm insight. Objectivity also demands humility, a willingness to acknowledge that we may not have all the answers. When we approach a problem believing we already know the solution, we close ourselves off from alternative perspectives. Humility opens the door to curiosity, a quality that drives us to seek understanding beyond our initial views. By embracing humility, we set aside ego, creating a mental environment that encourages learning and growth. This openness enhances our analytical abilities, revealing solutions we might otherwise miss. Another key to objective analysis is questioning assumptions. Often, our view of a problem is influenced by unexamined beliefs, ideas we've accepted without challenging. These assumptions can distort our understanding, leading us to overlook important details. By examining our assumptions, we strip away layers of bias, bringing us closer to an accurate understanding of the issue. This practice is not about doubting everything. It's about refining our perspective to better align with reality. Practicing objectivity also means recognizing our emotional reactions without letting them dominate our thinking. Emotions are natural and can provide valuable insight, but when left unchecked, they cloud judgment. By acknowledging emotions without giving them control, we maintain a clear mind, allowing logic to guide our analysis. This balance between feeling and reason is essential for objective thinking, enabling us to approach problems with both compassion and clarity. A commitment to objective analysis also involves considering all relevant information, even if it challenges our existing beliefs. Selective attention, or focusing only on information that supports our view, limits our understanding. By actively seeking out diverse perspectives, we expand our knowledge and gain a fuller picture of the situation. This openness to new information strengthens our analytical skills, helping us develop a well-rounded approach to problem solving. Objectivity benefits from stepping back to view the bigger picture. When faced with a problem, it's easy to get caught up in details, losing sight of the broader context. By zooming out, we gain perspective, seeing how individual issues fit into a larger framework. This broader view reduces the emotional weight of immediate concerns, allowing us to analyze them more clearly. A wider perspective provides balance, reminding us that most challenges are part of a bigger journey rather than isolated events. To view problems objectively, we must also practice patience. Immediate answers may feel satisfying, but they often lack depth. By taking time to reflect, we allow our understanding to mature, leading to more thoughtful analysis. Patience gives us the freedom to explore all angles of a problem without rushing to conclusions. This careful approach supports wisdom, teaching us that sometimes the best solutions arise from a willingness to wait and observe. Another aspect of objective analysis is understanding the influence of external pressures. Social expectations, cultural norms, and peer influence can subtly shape our views, leading us to adopt perspectives that aren't fully our own. By recognizing these external factors, we gain control over our thoughts, ensuring that our analysis reflects our values rather than the influence of others. This awareness supports independence, allowing us to think freely in any situation. Objectivity also requires self-awareness, an understanding of our own biases and tendencies. Each person has unique patterns of thought, shaped by past experiences and beliefs. By recognizing these patterns, we gain insight into areas where our analysis might be skewed. This self-awareness is not about judgment, but about understanding the lens through which we view the world. With this understanding, we can make conscious adjustments, striving to see things more clearly. A crucial part of objective analysis is learning to tolerate uncertainty. Often, we seek definitive answers as a way to feel secure, but this can lead to oversimplified conclusions. Embracing uncertainty means accepting that some problems are complex and may not have immediate solutions. This acceptance creates space for exploration, encouraging us to approach problems with an open mind rather than with a need for closure. By tolerating uncertainty, we become more resilient, able to navigate complexity with grace. To practice objectivity, it's helpful to consider multiple perspectives, including those that conflict with our own. Each viewpoint adds depth to our understanding, revealing aspects of the problem we might not have considered. By exploring these perspectives, we develop empathy and insight, qualities that enrich our analysis. This approach is not about agreeing with every viewpoint, but about understanding the full scope of the issue. This depth of understanding enhances our ability to make informed decisions. Objective analysis also involves acknowledging when we don't know something. Admitting ignorance may feel uncomfortable, but it's a vital step in seeking truth. By recognizing gaps in our knowledge, we become more open to learning, reaching out for information that deepens our understanding. This humility fosters growth, reminding us that true wisdom comes from a willingness to learn. Each acknowledgement of what we don't know strengthens our commitment to objective thinking. The process of objective analysis benefits from clarity of purpose. When we're clear on our goals, it's easier to stay focused on what truly matters. Without a clear purpose, our analysis can become scattered, influenced by irrelevant factors. By defining our purpose, we keep our attention directed toward meaningful outcomes, avoiding distractions that cloud judgment. This focus allows us to analyze problems in alignment with our values, creating a foundation for purposeful decisions. Another tool for objectivity is reframing, the practice of looking at a problem from different angles. Sometimes, a challenge that feels overwhelming can appear more manageable when viewed from a new perspective. Reframing helps us see alternative solutions, expanding our options beyond our initial view. This flexibility is essential for overcoming bias, allowing us to adapt our thinking to better fit the reality of the situation. Reframing turns obstacles into opportunities, making problem-solving a creative process. To maintain objectivity, it's essential to resist the temptation to personalize problems. When we take challenges personally, we view them through the lens of ego, which often distorts reality. By depersonalizing issues, we see them as external events rather than reflections of our worth. This mental shift allows us to focus on solutions rather than on self-judgment. Depersonalizing problems fosters resilience, helping us approach challenges with a balanced mind. Objectivity is strengthened through logical reasoning, a process that guides us to conclusions based on evidence rather than emotion. By breaking down problems into logical steps, we reduce the risk of being swayed by immediate feelings. This analytical approach allows us to assess each part of the issue systematically, making it easier to find realistic solutions. Logical reasoning builds a framework for clear thinking, supporting decisions rooted in reality. A commitment to objectivity also involves developing empathy. While empathy might seem at odds with analysis, it enhances our ability to see issues from multiple angles. By understanding others' perspectives, we reduce the risk of viewing problems too narrowly. Empathy broadens our understanding, providing insights that support balanced decisions. This practice nurtures compassion, allowing us to approach challenges with both clarity and kindness. Practicing objectivity requires regular self-reflection, an opportunity to review our decisions and thought processes. By examining our choices, we identify areas where bias may have influenced us, creating a chance for growth. This reflection is not about regret, but about refinement, a way to learn from each experience. With self-reflection, we become more aware of our patterns, improving our ability to approach problems with an open mind. Another element of objective analysis is focusing on long-term implications rather than on immediate rewards. Short-term thinking often leads to decisions that satisfy immediate needs but create future problems. By considering long-term effects, we create a balanced approach, one that aligns with our overall goals. This perspective supports sustainability, ensuring that our decisions contribute to lasting solutions rather than temporary fixes. Accountability plays a significant role in objective analysis. When we hold ourselves accountable, we commit to honesty in our thinking, acknowledging both strengths and areas for improvement. Accountability strengthens integrity, encouraging us to take responsibility for our choices without deflecting blame. This sense of responsibility builds trust in ourselves and in others, creating a foundation of reliability and consistency. Shifting from the objective analysis of problems, we now turn to a powerful Stoic practice that turns setbacks into stepping stones, building resilience through reflection. Resilience isn't just about enduring hardship. It's about developing the strength to rise stronger and wiser from every setback. For the Stoics, reflection was a tool for growth, a way to look back on each experience with purpose and learn from it. This habit of reflective thinking transforms challenges into lessons, allowing us to see adversity not as a roadblock, but as an essential part of personal growth. Embracing this process deepens our resilience, enabling us to face future challenges with confidence, understanding, and strength. Reflection begins with a willingness to examine setbacks honestly, viewing each one as an opportunity to gain insight. The Stoics believed that life's difficulties were not punishments or misfortunes, but chances to refine character. By reflecting on our experiences, we uncover patterns and habits, identifying areas where we might improve. This process requires honesty with ourselves, a readiness to look at not only what went wrong, but also at what we might have done differently. Through this clarity, we transform each experience into a building block of resilience. Learning from setbacks also means accepting responsibility for our role in the outcome. When we face difficulties, it's natural to look outward for causes, but true resilience is built by taking ownership of our choices. This ownership isn't about self-blame, it's about acknowledging that we have power over our responses. By reflecting on what was within our control, we empower ourselves to approach future challenges more mindfully. This shift from blaming to self-reflecting fosters a mindset of growth and readiness. The Stoics viewed every experience, positive or negative, as a teacher. Through reflection, we can understand what each setback has to teach us. Perhaps it reveals a habit of reacting impulsively, or a tendency to overlook details, or even an area where we need to cultivate patience. By recognizing these insights, we approach future situations with greater awareness, equipped with lessons from our past. Each lesson adds to our resilience, reinforcing our ability to handle adversity with strength and wisdom. Reflection encourages us to view setbacks with a long-term perspective, seeing beyond the immediate frustration. Often, setbacks feel overwhelming because they disrupt our plans or challenge our expectations. But when we reflect, we gain perspective, realizing that most setbacks are temporary disruptions rather than lasting failures. This understanding reduces the emotional weight of setbacks, allowing us to see them as small moments within a larger journey. With this broadened view, we become more resilient, less likely to be discouraged by temporary difficulties. Through reflection, we gain insight into our own emotional responses, understanding how certain challenges trigger specific feelings. Whether it's anger, disappointment, or fear, each emotion reveals something about our beliefs and expectations. By examining these responses, we learn to manage our emotions more effectively, reducing their power over us. This emotional insight adds to our resilience, helping us stay balanced even when emotions run high. Resilience also grows from our ability to adapt our beliefs when setbacks challenge them. Often, difficulties reveal assumptions or expectations that may no longer serve us. Reflection allows us to question these beliefs, to ask whether they align with reality or if they need adjusting. By refining our beliefs, we approach life with greater flexibility, ready to adapt as needed. This adaptability is a key element of resilience, helping us face change with an open mind. Another benefit of reflection is the ability to identify recurring patterns in our challenges. Some setbacks are unique, but others stem from repeated choices or habits. By reflecting on these patterns, we gain insight into behaviors that might be holding us back. Recognizing these tendencies gives us the power to change them, transforming repeated setbacks into lasting growth. This awareness strengthens resilience, equipping us to break free from cycles of unhelpful habits. Reflection also fosters patience, an essential component of resilience. When setbacks arise, the impulse is often to fix things immediately, to push through discomfort. But through reflection, we learn the value of patience, understanding that growth takes time. This patience helps us endure difficulties without feeling rushed or overwhelmed. As we become more comfortable with life's pace, we build a resilient mindset that can withstand both short-term frustrations and long-term challenges. Learning from setbacks involves cultivating self-compassion, a gentle understanding of our own humanity. Setbacks can sometimes lead to harsh self-judgment, but reflection teaches us to approach ourselves with kindness. By acknowledging that everyone faces challenges, we treat ourselves with respect, recognizing that setbacks are not failures, but experiences. This compassion strengthens our resilience, helping us move forward without the weight of self-criticism. The Stoics also taught that reflection requires humility, a willingness to admit that we don't have all the answers. This humility opens us to learning, making us receptive to the lessons that setbacks offer. When we approach each experience with curiosity rather than with pride, we unlock insights that would otherwise go unnoticed. Humility fosters resilience by creating a mindset that values growth over perfection, making it easier to learn from every experience. Reflection also enhances resilience by teaching us to view challenges as neutral events rather than as personal attacks. Often, setbacks feel deeply personal, as if they are directed at us. But through reflection, we see that difficulties are part of the human experience, faced by everyone in various forms. This understanding removes the emotional charge from setbacks, helping us approach them with a balanced mind. By seeing challenges objectively, we build a resilience that isn't shaken by every difficulty. Building resilience through reflection also involves acknowledging our strengths. When setbacks occur, it's easy to focus on what went wrong, overlooking what we did well. Reflection encourages a balanced view, one that recognizes our efforts and progress alongside areas for improvement. By celebrating our strengths, we reinforce a positive mindset, creating a foundation of confidence that supports us in future challenges. The Stoics valued preparation, a practice that strengthens resilience by anticipating challenges before they arise. Through reflection, we learn to prepare for similar setbacks in the future, developing strategies for handling them with calm and clarity. This mental preparation reduces the impact of future difficulties as we face them with a plan in mind. By combining reflection with preparation, we build a proactive resilience, one that meets challenges with readiness rather than surprise. Another aspect of resilience through reflection is the ability to separate our worth from our setbacks. It's natural to feel discouraged after a failure, but by reflecting, we see that setbacks are external events rather than reflections of our value. This separation frees us from the need to define ourselves by outcomes, allowing us to approach life with a steady sense of self-worth. This mindset supports resilience, helping us recover from setbacks without doubting our own value. Reflection also strengthens resilience by reminding us that growth is a gradual process. Each setback is a single point on a much larger path, a moment in the journey of personal development. By viewing setbacks as part of this journey, we reduce the pressure to achieve immediate success. This long-term perspective fosters patience, encouraging us to stay committed to growth even when progress feels slow. The result is a resilient mindset, one that endures through both achievements and setbacks. Resilience is enhanced by understanding the impact of setbacks on our relationships. Reflection helps us see how our responses to challenges affect others, revealing areas where we might improve communication or empathy. This insight encourages us to handle setbacks with grace, maintaining respect for ourselves and for those around us. By building resilience in our relationships, we create a support system that strengthens us through life's difficulties. The Stoics believed that resilience also comes from embracing uncertainty, a lesson often taught by setbacks. Life rarely goes according to plan, and setbacks remind us of this unpredictability. Through reflection, we learn to accept uncertainty, viewing it not as a threat, but as a natural part of life. This acceptance helps us face the unknown with calm, building a resilience that isn't dependent on certainty or control. By reflecting on setbacks, we develop gratitude for the strengths we discover in ourselves. Challenges often reveal abilities we didn't know we had, a capacity for patience, creativity, or persistence. Reflection helps us appreciate these qualities, recognizing the growth that setbacks inspire. This gratitude strengthens our resilience, reminding us that even in adversity, there is value and purpose. Resilience through reflection also involves setting realistic expectations. When setbacks occur, it's easy to become discouraged if we expect perfection or constant success. Reflection helps us set achievable goals, allowing us to focus on steady progress rather than on flawless outcomes. This perspective reduces disappointment, creating a resilient mindset that values growth over rigid standards. Each setback offers a chance to renew our commitment to personal values. Through reflection, we can assess whether our actions align with what truly matters to us. This alignment creates resilience by grounding us in purpose, a reminder that our choices are guided by inner principles rather than by external results. A strong connection to our values gives us the strength to face challenges with integrity, knowing that our actions reflect who we are. Reflection fosters resilience by showing us that setbacks are temporary. In the moment, difficulties can feel overwhelming, but by looking back, we see that we have moved through countless challenges before. This reminder of our past endurance strengthens our belief in our ability to handle future setbacks. With each reflection, we build confidence in our resilience, knowing that every setback is a step toward growth rather than an end. Developing resilience through reflection also means recognizing the power of letting go. Some setbacks reveal things we cannot change, reminding us to release what's beyond our control. This acceptance frees us from the burden of trying to control every outcome, allowing us to focus on what we can influence. By letting go of unnecessary struggles, we conserve energy for meaningful action, a choice that builds both resilience and peace. Building on the resilience gained through reflection, we now explore the Stoic approach to evidence-based thinking, the skill of separating facts from opinions. This practice is essential for anyone seeking clarity, as it challenges us to see reality as it is, rather than as we interpret it through personal biases and assumptions. Facts are concrete, grounded in evidence, while opinions are subjective, often colored by our emotions, beliefs, or experiences. Learning to distinguish between the two is a core Stoic exercise that sharpens our minds and enhances decision-making, empowering us to live with a deeper sense of truth. The Stoics believed that clarity in thought begins with seeing facts as they are. Facts provide a solid foundation, an anchor in reality that isn't swayed by momentary emotions or fleeting judgments. By focusing on what can be objectively verified, we gain a clearer perspective, free from the distortions that opinions can bring. This grounding in reality allows us to make choices based on evidence, reducing the risk of being led astray by false assumptions or misguided beliefs. A key part of separating facts from opinions is the habit of questioning our initial reactions. Often, we respond to situations based on gut feelings, assuming our interpretation is accurate. But these first impressions are frequently influenced by our past experiences, fears, or expectations, making them unreliable. By pausing to examine whether our reaction is based on fact or opinion, we create a moment of clarity, a chance to assess the situation with a fresh perspective. This habit of questioning brings us closer to the truth, making it easier to respond wisely. In every challenge, facts serve as guideposts that keep us focused on what's real. Opinions, on the other hand, can cloud our vision, leading us down paths shaped more by assumptions than by reality. Recognizing this difference allows us to see through the fog of our biases, making it possible to respond with clarity. This clear-sightedness is essential for effective decision-making, as it ensures that we act based on reliable information rather than on unexamined beliefs. Separating facts from opinions also involves recognizing the role of emotions in shaping our views. Emotions can be valuable sources of insight, but they don't always reflect reality accurately. By acknowledging when a strong feeling is influencing our perspective, we gain control over our responses, allowing us to consider the facts with a balanced mind. This awareness of emotions as separate from reality builds a stronger foundation for thinking, one that isn't easily swayed by temporary moods or intense feelings. A Stoic approach to evidence-based thinking also involves actively seeking information that challenges our opinions. Often, we gravitate toward evidence that confirms what we already believe, but this habit narrows our understanding. By looking for data that contradicts our views, we test our beliefs, refining them until they align with reality. This willingness to explore opposing perspectives fosters intellectual honesty, making us more adaptable and open-minded. Objective thinking requires the discipline to look at each situation with a neutral eye, setting aside personal preferences and judgments. It's easy to let opinions shape our understanding, but the Stoics taught that wisdom comes from seeing beyond them. This neutrality helps us engage with problems without letting biases steer us off course. By cultivating a neutral perspective, we approach life with greater clarity, making it easier to navigate challenges with a steady mind. When we separate facts from opinions, we build trust in our own judgment. By basing our decisions on evidence, we create a foundation of reliability, a framework for thinking that doesn't depend on shifting emotions. This trust strengthens our confidence, allowing us to face uncertainty with a calm mind. Knowing that our choices are grounded in reality rather than in assumptions gives us resilience, making us less vulnerable to doubt or second-guessing. Facts anchor us in reality, while opinions often reflect desires or fears that may not be true. By focusing on the facts, we prevent these emotional influences from distorting our perception. This practice of grounding ourselves in evidence provides a balanced view of situations, one that is less likely to be swayed by wishful thinking or anxiety. This grounded approach fosters emotional stability, helping us face both challenges and opportunities with clarity. Separating fact from opinion requires humility, a recognition that our perspective is just one of many. Often we hold our opinions tightly, treating them as truths, but this attachment limits our understanding. Humility allows us to step back, to question whether our view aligns with reality or if it's shaped by personal biases. This openness to seeing things as they are, rather than as we wish them to be, creates mental flexibility, a quality that enhances our decision-making. The Stoics taught that wisdom involves accepting reality, even when it contradicts our expectations or desires. By distinguishing facts from opinions, we learn to face situations as they are, reducing the emotional turmoil that comes from resisting reality. This acceptance fosters a sense of peace, a recognition that while we can influence our responses, we must accept the facts as they stand. This mindset builds resilience, helping us face life's unpredictability with grace. A practical way to separate facts from opinions is to write down observations without adding interpretation. This exercise trains the mind to focus on what's objectively true rather than on subjective impressions. For example, rather than noting that someone was rude, we might describe their specific actions without assigning intent. This practice of describing rather than interpreting helps us see situations with greater clarity, reducing the influence of assumptions. Understanding the difference between facts and opinions also helps us communicate more effectively. When we express opinions as though they are facts, we create misunderstandings and conflict. By clearly distinguishing between what we know and what we believe, we foster open dialogue, making it easier to connect with others. This clarity in communication builds trust, as others see that we approach conversations with honesty and respect for the truth. Separating facts from opinions strengthens resilience by reducing the power of external events over our inner state. When we react to opinions as though they are facts, we become more vulnerable to stress and disappointment. But by grounding ourselves in reality, we develop a stable outlook, one that isn't easily shaken by change or uncertainty. This stability provides a steady foundation, a sense of inner calm that supports us in facing life's challenges. The ability to separate facts from opinions is a form of mental discipline. It requires us to resist the impulse to react immediately, to pause and evaluate each thought before accepting it as truth. This discipline sharpens our minds, enhancing our ability to discern reality from assumption. Over time, this practice becomes a habit, making it easier to approach each situation with a clear and focused mind. The Stoics valued truth above comfort, recognizing that facing reality is essential for personal growth. By seeking facts rather than relying on comforting opinions, we build resilience, a strength rooted in honesty. This commitment to truth strengthens our character, teaching us to value reality over illusion. Each time we choose facts over assumptions, we reinforce our ability to handle challenges with a grounded, resilient mindset. Separating facts from opinions also enhances our problem-solving abilities. When we focus on facts, we identify the real issues rather than getting sidetracked by irrelevant concerns. This clarity simplifies complex situations, making it easier to find effective solutions. By approaching problems with a factual mindset, we increase our efficiency, reducing the likelihood of getting bogged down by unproductive thoughts. By grounding our thinking in evidence, we develop a sense of self-assurance that isn't dependent on others' opinions. When we rely on facts, we become less concerned with pleasing others or seeking validation. This independence strengthens our confidence, allowing us to act based on our own understanding rather than on external approval. This self-reliance fosters a resilient mindset, one that remains steady regardless of outside influences. The Stoic practice of distinguishing fact from opinion also helps us overcome cognitive biases. Biases often stem from unexamined opinions that influence our perception. By consciously focusing on evidence, we reduce the impact of these biases, making it easier to see situations clearly. This awareness of bias enhances our objectivity, making it possible to approach each situation with a balanced and open mind. A commitment to evidence-based thinking also helps us make more ethical choices. When we base our actions on facts, we are more likely to consider the broader impact of our decisions. This perspective encourages us to act with integrity as we base our choices on what's real rather than on personal convenience. By aligning our actions with reality, we create a life that reflects both honesty and responsibility. Viewing problems through the lens of fact rather than opinion also reduces unnecessary stress. When we interpret situations based on assumptions, we often exaggerate threats or misunderstand challenges. By focusing on the facts, we gain a realistic perspective, reducing the emotional intensity of the problem. This clarity allows us to face challenges calmly, responding from a place of strength rather than from fear. Practicing this separation also fosters intellectual curiosity, a desire to explore beyond our initial understanding. When we acknowledge that opinions are just one perspective, we become more open to learning from new information. This curiosity keeps our minds active, a reminder that growth is a continuous journey. With each new fact, we expand our knowledge, creating a richer, more nuanced view of the world. The Stoics valued the courage to see things as they are, recognizing that truth sometimes challenges comfort. By choosing facts over opinions, we develop this courage, a willingness to face reality even when it's uncomfortable. This bravery strengthens our resilience, teaching us that true strength comes from facing life honestly. Each act of courage in the pursuit of truth builds a character that remains steady through both ease and difficulty. Separating facts from opinions enhances our ability to stay calm under pressure. When we react based on opinion, we're more likely to feel overwhelmed by assumptions or worries. But by focusing on the facts, we approach situations with a grounded mind, less likely to be swept away by emotion. This calmness is a source of resilience, a steady strength that allows us to handle challenges with confidence and clarity. Moving from the discipline of separating facts from opinions, we step into another vital Stoic practice, the art of non-reactivity. In a world filled with emotional triggers, learning to stay calm when faced with provocations or unsettling situations is a skill that builds inner strength. Non-reactivity isn't about avoiding emotions. It's about creating a mental space where emotions don't automatically control our actions. This deliberate calmness allows us to respond thoughtfully rather than impulsively, turning each challenging moment into an opportunity for greater self-mastery. Developing this skill helps us navigate life's unpredictable currents with grace, resilience, and steady focus. At its core, non-reactivity begins with awareness, the ability to notice our initial emotional responses without letting them dictate our actions. This awareness is like a pause, a small space that allows us to observe our feelings without becoming overwhelmed by them. By cultivating this practice, we learn to experience emotions without instantly reacting, giving us time to choose a response that aligns with our values. This pause strengthens our sense of control, allowing us to navigate even the most emotionally charged situations with a calm and steady mind. Non-reactivity requires us to build a habit of detachment. This doesn't mean distancing ourselves from life or avoiding connection. Rather, it means observing our emotions as passing states rather than fixed realities. When we detach from our immediate feelings, we realize that emotions, like thoughts, come and go. This understanding helps us see that no feeling is permanent, making it easier to stay balanced in the face of both positive and negative triggers. Detachment gives us freedom, a release from the constant pull of emotional highs and lows. Practicing non-reactivity also involves embracing patience, the willingness to let emotions settle before acting. When triggered, the impulse to react immediately can be overwhelming. But through patience, we learn that not every feeling demands immediate action. This practice of waiting calms the mind, allowing us to approach situations with clarity rather than urgency. Patience becomes a powerful tool for emotional stability, helping us stay grounded even when emotions are intense. Building non-reactivity strengthens our ability to focus on what truly matters. When emotions are high, it's easy to get distracted by minor issues or to make decisions based on temporary feelings. Non-reactivity brings clarity to our priorities, helping us separate significant concerns from fleeting distractions. By staying calm, we keep our attention directed toward meaningful goals, ensuring that our actions reflect our core values rather than passing moods. Non-reactivity also involves cultivating compassion for ourselves and others. Emotional triggers often lead to judgment, of ourselves for feeling a certain way, or of others for provoking us. By practicing non-reactivity, we create a mental space that allows for understanding and empathy. This compassion reduces self-criticism and judgment, making it easier to approach challenging situations with kindness. Compassion, cultivated through calmness, fosters deeper connections with ourselves and those around us. Another aspect of non-reactivity is learning to accept uncertainty. Many emotional triggers stem from a desire to control outcomes, to make sure things go as planned. But life is inherently uncertain, and trying to control every detail often leads to frustration. By embracing uncertainty, we release the need for control, allowing us to respond calmly to unexpected events. This acceptance of unpredictability strengthens our resilience, enabling us to handle surprises with ease and flexibility. Non-reactivity also teaches us the value of silence. In moments of emotional intensity, silence can be a powerful ally, giving us time to process feelings without rushing to respond. This silence is not an absence of thought, but a space for reflection, a chance to observe our reactions without judgment. By choosing silence over impulsive words, we create room for clarity, reducing the likelihood of saying or doing something we might later regret. Practicing non-reactivity fosters humility, a recognition that we don't need to have all the answers or act on every impulse. This humility allows us to be okay with not responding immediately, trusting that clarity will come in time. By releasing the pressure to act on every feeling, we find peace in patience. Humility supports resilience, teaching us that calmness is often more powerful than immediate action. Through non-reactivity, we develop a stronger sense of self-trust. Each time we choose not to react impulsively, we reinforce our belief in our own ability to handle emotions with grace. This self-trust builds confidence, creating a foundation of inner strength that isn't easily shaken by external events. Knowing that we can stay calm in challenging moments gives us a steady assurance, a quiet resilience that supports us in every area of life. Non-reactivity allows us to see situations more clearly. When emotions drive our actions, they often blur our perception, making it difficult to view situations objectively. By maintaining calmness, we remove this distortion, gaining a balanced perspective that reflects reality more accurately. This clarity enhances our decision-making, helping us choose actions that align with truth rather than with fleeting feelings. The practice of non-reactivity helps us develop emotional resilience, the ability to endure discomfort without losing balance. Life inevitably brings moments of frustration, disappointment, or anger, but by staying calm, we learn to bear these emotions without letting them control us. This resilience becomes a source of inner strength, enabling us to face life's challenges without being swayed by each emotional wave. Non-reactivity also empowers us to act with integrity. When emotions control us, we may act in ways that don't align with our values, saying or doing things we later regret. By staying calm, we protect our integrity, ensuring that our actions reflect our principles rather than our moods. This alignment with values builds trust, both within ourselves and in our relationships, as others come to see us as people of consistency and character. A vital part of non-reactivity is understanding that not every situation requires a response. Often, we feel compelled to react, to fix or address every emotional trigger. But by practicing non-reactivity, we learn that some situations can be left alone, that silence and stillness can be powerful responses. This understanding lightens our mental load, freeing us from the need to engage with every emotional disturbance. By choosing when to respond, we conserve energy for what truly matters. Through non-reactivity, we also learn to manage our expectations. Emotional triggers often arise when reality doesn't meet our expectations. By releasing the need for specific outcomes, we reduce the impact of disappointment, making it easier to remain calm. This adjustment of expectations fosters acceptance, a willingness to see things as they are rather than as we wish them to be. Acceptance, cultivated through non-reactivity, strengthens our resilience. Non-reactivity builds emotional awareness, a heightened understanding of our internal state. When we react impulsively, we're often unaware of the underlying emotions driving our behavior. But by pausing, we gain insight into these emotions, learning what they reveal about our needs, fears, or desires. This awareness enhances self-knowledge, making it easier to navigate emotions with wisdom rather than with automatic reactions. Practicing non-reactivity also involves letting go of the need to control how others perceive us. Emotional triggers often come from a desire to defend our image or to prove ourselves. By releasing this need, we find freedom from external validation, a calmness rooted in self-acceptance. This freedom strengthens our resilience, allowing us to stay true to ourselves without being swayed by others' opinions. Non-reactivity fosters a sense of mental spaciousness, an openness to experience emotions without letting them take over. This spaciousness is like a buffer, a protective distance that keeps us steady even in moments of intense feeling. By creating this inner space, we make room for both emotion and reason, allowing them to coexist without conflict. This mental spaciousness brings peace, a quiet strength that supports us through life's ups and downs. The Stoics believed that non-reactivity is a form of strength, a quiet power that comes from within. By learning to remain calm, we develop a resilience that doesn't depend on external circumstances. This strength empowers us to handle adversity with grace, to respond to challenges with poise rather than with panic. Each moment of calmness reinforces this inner strength, creating a foundation of peace that can withstand life's storms. Through non-reactivity, we build a balanced perspective that isn't swayed by temporary emotions. When we react impulsively, our view of the situation becomes skewed, influenced by the intensity of the moment. But by staying calm, we see the bigger picture, recognizing that most emotional triggers are temporary. This perspective allows us to respond thoughtfully, turning potential conflicts into opportunities for growth. Non-reactivity also reduces stress by minimizing unnecessary reactions. Each time we react to an emotional trigger, we expend energy, often in ways that don't serve us. By choosing calmness, we conserve this energy, reducing mental fatigue and increasing our capacity for meaningful action. This conservation of energy enhances our resilience, giving us more resources to face life's challenges with clarity. Practicing non-reactivity deepens our self-awareness. Each time we choose calmness over impulsivity, we learn something new about ourselves, our triggers, our patterns, our strengths. This self-awareness fosters growth as we gain insight into our behavior and motivations. Over time, this understanding strengthens our ability to handle emotions with wisdom, creating a steady foundation for personal development. Through non-reactivity, we also build tolerance for discomfort. Emotional triggers can be uncomfortable, creating a desire to react immediately to relieve tension. But by choosing to stay calm, we learn to sit with discomfort, to experience it without rushing to escape. This tolerance enhances our resilience, teaching us that we can endure discomfort without being controlled by it. Non-reactivity cultivates flexibility, a willingness to adapt our responses based on the situation rather than on rigid reactions. When we react impulsively, we often respond the same way to different triggers, limiting our adaptability. But by staying calm, we open ourselves to a range of responses, making it easier to choose the one that best fits the moment. This flexibility is a valuable skill, enhancing our ability to navigate life's complexities with ease. The art of non-reactivity also strengthens our relationships. When we react impulsively, misunderstandings and conflicts often arise. But by staying calm, we create space for listening and understanding, making it easier to connect with others. This calmness fosters trust, as others see that we approach interactions with a balanced and open mind. Non-reactivity builds harmony, enhancing both personal and professional relationships. Each choice to practice non-reactivity reinforces our self-discipline. Resisting the impulse to react immediately requires inner strength, a commitment to choosing calmness over reactivity. This discipline grows stronger with each practice, becoming a natural part of our character. Self-discipline, cultivated through non-reactivity, supports every aspect of our lives, from personal growth to professional success. The art of non-reactivity is a journey, one that deepens with each experience. It's not about achieving perfection, but about making steady progress, each calm response building upon the last. Having explored the art of non-reactivity, we now move deeper into cultivating an unshakable calm, a calmness that doesn't merely arise in moments of challenge, but one that is nurtured each day, forming the very foundation of our mental stability. The Stoics understood that true calmness is not the absence of adversity, but a steady inner peace that persists despite it. This daily practice of grounded tranquility is what gives us resilience, a shield of mental strength that allows us to face life's unpredictable waves with poise. In building this unshakable calm, we engage in routines and reflections that strengthen our ability to remain centered, regardless of the storms that may come. The first step in cultivating this daily calm is grounding ourselves in the present. Often, we become lost in thoughts about the future or the past, creating unnecessary stress. By bringing our attention back to the present, we anchor ourselves in the reality of now, reducing the impact of worries that don't yet exist or regrets that no longer matter. This grounding practice is a simple yet powerful way to calm the mind, as it aligns our thoughts with what is truly happening rather than with imagined concerns. Breathing with intention is another practice that builds mental stability. Our breath is a constant companion, yet we often overlook its power to influence our state of mind. Deep, intentional breathing calms the nervous system, signaling to the brain that there is no threat. Practicing mindful breathing throughout the day provides a steadying force, helping us reset in moments of tension. This simple act connects us to the present and reinforces a calm that isn't easily disturbed. Setting aside time for reflection each day strengthens our inner calm. Reflection is a quiet space where we review our actions, thoughts, and responses, learning from each experience without judgment. This self-review helps us recognize patterns that may be disrupting our peace, providing insight into areas where we can cultivate greater patience, understanding, or acceptance. Daily reflection becomes a mental clearing, a way to release any disturbances and restore balance. Journaling is a powerful tool for cultivating calmness, allowing us to pour our thoughts onto paper rather than letting them linger in the mind. Writing out our worries, fears, and goals brings clarity, as it separates the factual from the emotional. This practice organizes the mind, making it easier to see what truly requires attention. By journaling regularly, we create a mental space that is free from clutter, reinforcing a calm foundation that supports us throughout the day. Gratitude is another daily Stoic practice that fosters mental stability. When we take time to appreciate what we have, we shift our focus from what's lacking to what's present. This change in perspective reduces feelings of anxiety or restlessness, as we recognize that we already possess enough. Practicing gratitude grounds us in contentment, a feeling that steadies us, making it easier to approach challenges with a calm, assured mind. Building an unshakable calm involves practicing acceptance, a willingness to see life as it is, rather than as we wish it to be. Many disturbances arise from resisting reality, from wishing that situations or people would be different. By embracing acceptance, we release this resistance, creating a calm that flows with life rather than against it. This acceptance is not passive, it's an active choice to work within reality, freeing us from unnecessary frustration and enhancing our resilience. Simplifying our lives also contributes to a steady calm. When we remove unnecessary distractions or obligations, we create space for mental clarity. Complexity can breed anxiety, as our minds struggle to keep track of countless details. Simplification removes this burden, helping us focus on what truly matters. By clearing out the noise, we make room for calmness to take root, establishing a sense of peace that isn't cluttered by trivial concerns. Daily mindfulness practices help us cultivate an unshakable calm by training us to notice our thoughts without becoming entangled in them. Mindfulness teaches us to observe each thought and feeling as it arises, allowing it to pass without attachment. This awareness reduces the power of fleeting worries or irritations, keeping the mind centered in a calm, open state. Over time, mindfulness becomes a natural part of our routine, a subtle yet strong foundation of mental stability. Practicing non-judgment toward ourselves and others is a Stoic principle that strengthens inner calm. Judgment often creates tension, as it divides our view of the world into right and wrong, good and bad. By releasing judgment, we create space for acceptance, understanding that each person and situation has its own complexities. This openness removes the mental strain of constant evaluation, allowing calmness to grow in its place, unburdened by harsh criticism. Setting intentions at the start of each day provides a grounding focus that enhances calmness. Intentions serve as a quiet guide, reminding us of the mindset we wish to cultivate, whether it's patience, gratitude, or resilience. By setting an intention, we bring a sense of purpose to our actions, reducing the chaos of reactive living. This intentional approach to each day creates an inner calm that remains steady, even as external events unfold unpredictably. Engaging in physical activity is another practice that reinforces mental stability. Physical movement releases tension, channels excess energy, and provides a sense of accomplishment. Whether through walking, stretching, or more intense exercise, movement connects us to our bodies, grounding us in the present. This physical grounding supports a calm mind, as the release of tension enhances our ability to handle stress with composure. Connecting with nature has a profound effect on our sense of calm. The Stoics valued aligning with the natural world, recognizing that nature's rhythms are steady and unwavering. Spending time outdoors, whether through a walk or simply observing the sky, reminds us of the greater patterns of life, a perspective that reduces stress. Nature's calmness becomes our own, a source of peace that endures beyond the time spent outside. Focusing on our breath during moments of stress is a practice that quickly restores calmness. When faced with emotional triggers, bringing attention to our breath creates a pause that allows us to respond with clarity rather than react impulsively. This breathing practice becomes a steady anchor, a reliable way to return to calmness when emotions rise. Each time we choose breath over reaction, we reinforce our ability to maintain composure. Engaging in a creative hobby strengthens our calm foundation by providing a way to express emotions constructively. Creativity channels our thoughts and feelings into something meaningful, reducing the mental load of unprocessed emotions. Whether through painting, writing, or music, creativity provides an outlet that brings joy and focus. This engagement with creativity is a form of active calm, a reminder that peace can be dynamic, full of expression. Choosing kindness in our interactions reinforces inner calm, as kindness reduces tension and fosters connection. When we approach others with understanding and empathy, we create an environment that is less likely to provoke stress or conflict. This kindness becomes a cycle, as the calm we bring to others is reflected back to us. By choosing kindness, we establish a habit of peace that supports mental stability in all relationships. Practicing detachment from outcomes strengthens our calm by reminding us that we can't control every result. The Stoics taught that while we can direct our actions, the outcomes often lie beyond our reach. By focusing on our efforts rather than on specific results, we free ourselves from the anxiety of uncertain outcomes. This detachment reinforces calmness, allowing us to approach each situation with an open mind, ready to adapt as needed. Maintaining a sense of humor is a simple yet powerful way to cultivate calm. Humor lightens our perspective, helping us see situations with less intensity. Laughter dissolves tension, creating a sense of ease that supports mental stability. By finding moments of lightness, even in challenging times, we reinforce a calmness that isn't weighed down by seriousness. Humor becomes a steady companion, reminding us to take life in stride. Daily affirmations reinforce calmness by focusing our thoughts on positive beliefs. Affirmations remind us of our strengths, encouraging a mindset of resilience and peace. By repeating affirmations, we create a steady mental environment, one that supports calm even in the face of difficulty. These words become a grounding mantra, a reminder that we have the capacity to handle life's challenges with grace. Learning something new each day adds to our sense of calm by expanding our minds. The Stoics valued continuous learning, seeing it as a way to stay open and adaptable. By engaging with new information, we reduce the mental rigidity that can lead to stress. This openness to growth creates a flexible calmness, a reminder that challenges are opportunities for learning. Each lesson builds confidence, reinforcing our resilience. Creating a morning routine that fosters calm sets the tone for the entire day. A structured start reduces the chaos of rushed mornings, helping us ease into the day with intention. Whether it's a few minutes of meditation, a quiet cup of tea, or a walk, this routine becomes a ritual that strengthens our inner peace. By starting each day calmly, we build a foundation of mental stability that endures through daily challenges. Letting go of perfectionism supports a calm mind by releasing unrealistic expectations. When we strive for perfection, we create stress and disappointment. By embracing imperfection, we approach life with greater acceptance, understanding that progress is more important than flawlessness. This shift in mindset reduces inner tension, fostering a calmness that values growth over impossible standards. Taking short breaks throughout the day prevents mental fatigue, helping us maintain a steady calm. These breaks allow us to reset, to step away from responsibilities and return refreshed. Even a few moments of stillness provide a space for reflection, reducing the buildup of stress. This practice of pausing restores mental clarity, keeping us balanced and focused. Embracing the Stoic principle of memento mori, or reflecting on mortality, fosters a profound sense of calm. This practice isn't about fear, but about appreciating life's impermanence, a reminder to focus on what truly matters. By keeping this awareness, we reduce the stress of trivial concerns, finding peace in the present moment. This acceptance of life's fleeting nature enhances our resilience, a calm strength rooted in purpose. From building an unshakable calm, we now shift to a Stoic approach that brings clarity to one of life's most daunting tasks, navigating complexity. When problems appear tangled and overwhelming, it's easy to feel lost, unsure of where to begin. Stoicism offers a guiding principle here, the art of simplicity in problem solving. The Stoics taught that complexity often feeds on itself, but by simplifying our approach, we can see through the chaos, focusing only on what truly matters. This shift towards simplicity doesn't ignore the details. It helps us cut through the noise, allowing us to move forward with confidence and purpose. Embracing simplicity in the face of complexity offers a path to clear and effective action. Simplicity begins with the practice of breaking down problems into smaller, manageable parts. When we face a complex issue, the tendency is to view it as one massive obstacle. This view can overwhelm us, making it harder to think clearly. By isolating each component, we reduce the mental load, approaching each part individually. This method brings order to chaos, helping us see the problem as a series of steps rather than an insurmountable whole. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what is essential, filtering out distractions that complicate our perspective. Complexity often arises from unnecessary details that cloud the core issue. By asking ourselves what truly matters, we strip away the excess, sharpening our focus on the heart of the problem. This essentialism clears our mind, making it easier to find solutions without becoming tangled in irrelevant concerns. An effective way to navigate complexity is by questioning our assumptions. Often, complexity is a result of unexamined beliefs or expectations that limit our thinking. By challenging these assumptions, we open ourselves to alternative perspectives that simplify the problem. This mental flexibility helps us avoid the traps of rigid thinking, allowing us to see new possibilities that bring clarity. Stoic simplicity also involves embracing clarity in communication. When dealing with complex issues, clear and direct language becomes essential. Ambiguity and vague terms can make problems seem more complicated than they are. By using precise language, we not only clarify our own thoughts, but also make it easier for others to understand. This clear communication fosters collaboration, bringing minds together in a shared understanding that moves toward resolution. The Stoic practice of staying grounded in facts rather than interpretations aids in simplifying complex situations. Complexity often arises from subjective interpretations that inflate the importance of certain details. By focusing on what is objectively true, we remove this distortion, allowing the facts to guide our actions. This objectivity creates a steady ground, a clear path forward that isn't hindered by assumptions or biases. Another approach to simplicity is setting boundaries around our involvement in problems. Complexity often draws us into areas beyond our control, leading to frustration and mental strain. By defining what we can influence, we reduce the scope of the problem, focusing only on the aspects within our reach. This boundary setting fosters clarity, helping us to work effectively within the space where we can make a difference. Stoicism encourages us to let go of the need for immediate answers, especially in complex situations where solutions take time to emerge. Patience creates mental space, allowing our understanding to develop gradually rather than forcing conclusions. This patience removes the pressure of quick fixes, creating a calm mindset that can face complexity with resilience. By allowing time for solutions to unfold, we engage in a simplicity that trusts the process. Taking regular pauses to reflect prevents us from becoming overwhelmed by complexity. When we're immersed in a problem, it's easy to lose sight of the bigger picture. Reflection pulls us back, offering a chance to assess our progress and adjust our approach. This habit keeps us centered, a grounding practice that reinforces a sense of simplicity in the midst of challenges. By pausing, we see more clearly, making it easier to find our way forward. The Stoics also remind us of the importance of humility in dealing with complex problems. Humility allows us to admit when we don't have all the answers, encouraging a mindset that values learning over certainty. By releasing the need for absolute knowledge, we approach problems with an open mind, ready to adapt as new information emerges. This openness simplifies our approach, freeing us from the rigid thinking that often complicates problem solving. Embracing flexibility enhances our ability to simplify complex issues. Rigidity in thinking or action often intensifies complexity, creating additional obstacles. By remaining adaptable, we make room for alternative solutions, reducing the pressure to find a single, right answer. Flexibility allows us to navigate complexity with ease, adjusting our course as needed without becoming fixated on specific outcomes. Stoicism encourages a proactive approach to complexity, teaching us to take ownership of our responses. Complexity often feels overwhelming because we view it as something happening to us rather than something we can influence. By actively engaging with the problem, we reclaim our power, breaking it down into manageable actions. This proactive mindset turns complexity into a series of choices, empowering us to create simplicity through decisive action. A useful Stoic practice in simplifying complexity is focusing on the present moment. Complexity often pulls us into the future, filling our minds with hypothetical outcomes and worries. By grounding ourselves in the present, we reduce this mental clutter, allowing us to work with what is rather than what might be. This focus brings clarity, enabling us to take one step at a time without becoming lost in endless possibilities. Visualization is another tool for navigating complexity. By mentally organizing each part of the problem, we create a clear structure that makes it easier to address each element. Visualization turns abstract concerns into concrete steps, helping us see the problem as something that can be navigated. This organized mental image reduces feelings of overwhelm, providing a roadmap that guides us through each part of the challenge. Stoicism teaches us to accept uncertainty, a practice that simplifies our approach to complex problems. Many complications arise from a desire to control every detail or to predict every outcome. By accepting that some elements will remain unknown, we reduce the pressure to find perfect solutions. This acceptance fosters a calm clarity, allowing us to focus on what we can know and do rather than on what lies beyond our control. Breaking tasks into small, actionable steps helps us move through complexity with a sense of progress. When faced with a large problem, the mind often feels paralyzed by the enormity of the challenge. By focusing on each small task, we create momentum, transforming complexity into a series of achievable goals. This steady progress simplifies the journey, allowing us to address each part with confidence and clarity. Maintaining a sense of curiosity supports simplicity in problem solving. Curiosity encourages us to explore different perspectives and potential solutions without becoming fixated on one path. This openness reduces the rigidity that often accompanies complex issues, allowing us to approach them with a playful, inquisitive mindset. Curiosity transforms complexity into an opportunity for learning, turning obstacles into stepping stones of discovery. Developing resilience through Stoic practices also contributes to navigating complexity. Resilience strengthens our ability to face challenges without being overwhelmed by them. By cultivating an inner stability, we approach problems with a calm mind, less likely to be affected by setbacks. This resilience keeps us grounded, a quality that simplifies our approach by removing the fear of failure, allowing us to focus on the process rather than on potential difficulties. Asking the right questions can simplify complex issues, guiding us to the root of the problem rather than getting lost in surface-level concerns. Stoicism encourages us to examine the essence of each challenge, to look beyond appearances. By asking insightful questions, we uncover the core issue, making it easier to find meaningful solutions. This practice reduces mental clutter, helping us focus on the heart of the matter. Practicing gratitude fosters simplicity by shifting our focus from what's wrong to what's working. Complexity often feels overwhelming because we're fixated on the problem's negative aspects. Gratitude reorients our perspective, reminding us of the resources and strengths we possess. This positive outlook reduces stress, allowing us to approach complexity with a clear mind, open to creative solutions. Stepping from the art of simplicity in problem-solving, we now delve into a foundational Stoic principle: learning from adversity. Life presents us with countless challenges, and each one carries the potential for growth. Stoicism teaches us that adversity is not merely an obstacle, but a teacher that deepens our understanding and strengthens our thinking. Through adversity, we gain insights that can refine our ability to think critically, sharpen our judgment, and ultimately become more resilient. By embracing difficulties as opportunities for growth, we open ourselves to lessons that expand our minds and deepen our wisdom. Adversity begins by challenging our assumptions, often revealing areas where our thinking has been limited. When life doesn't go as planned, it forces us to question the beliefs we held about ourselves, others, or the world. This process of questioning allows us to break free from mental patterns that no longer serve us. Each moment of challenge pushes us to adopt new perspectives, helping us develop a more adaptable and critical mindset. Stoic teachings remind us that adversity requires humility, the recognition that we don't have all the answers. This humility creates space for learning, opening us to insights we might otherwise resist. When faced with difficulties, accepting that we don't know everything encourages us to seek out information and perspectives that broaden our understanding. This openness is key to critical thinking, as it fosters curiosity and a willingness to grow beyond our current knowledge. In adversity, we also develop resilience, a quality that strengthens critical thinking by helping us remain calm under pressure. When emotions run high, decision-making can become clouded, leading to impulsive choices. Resilience provides a steady foundation, allowing us to face challenges with a composed mind. This inner stability keeps us grounded, enabling us to think clearly and respond thoughtfully rather than reacting out of frustration or fear. Adversity reveals our mental blind spots, areas where we may have overlooked important information or alternative perspectives. By examining how we respond to setbacks, we can identify these gaps in our thinking, creating opportunities for improvement. Each challenge becomes a mirror, reflecting areas where our critical thinking can become more comprehensive. This process sharpens our awareness, making us more attuned to the nuances of each situation. Stoicism teaches us to embrace discomfort as part of growth, a lesson that strengthens critical thinking. Many people avoid difficult situations to maintain comfort, but this avoidance limits learning. By facing adversity, we train ourselves to withstand discomfort, developing a tolerance for situations that require deep thought. This resilience against discomfort allows us to explore complex problems with patience, helping us uncover insights that may not be immediately obvious. Another Stoic lesson from adversity is learning to separate emotion from fact. When challenges arise, it's easy to become entangled in emotional reactions, viewing situations through the lens of frustration or disappointment. Stoicism encourages us to step back, to observe our emotions without letting them cloud our judgment. This detachment strengthens critical thinking, allowing us to analyze situations based on reality rather than on temporary feelings. Adversity fosters a habit of reflection, a Stoic practice that deepens critical thinking. Reflecting on past challenges allows us to identify patterns, to understand what worked and what didn't. This self-review turns each experience into a source of wisdom as we carry these insights forward into future situations. Reflection transforms adversity from a one-time event into an ongoing lesson, building a library of insights that enhance our decision-making. Stoic teachings on adversity also highlight the importance of patience. In difficult moments, there's often a temptation to rush towards solutions, to resolve discomfort quickly. However, this haste can obscure our understanding, leading to oversimplified conclusions. Patience allows us to sit with complexity, to let insights emerge naturally rather than forcing immediate answers. This patience fosters a deeper, more nuanced approach to problem solving, one that supports critical thinking. Through adversity, we learn the value of adaptability, a mindset that strengthens critical thinking by keeping us open to change. Challenges often reveal the limits of rigid thinking, showing us the importance of flexibility. When we adapt, we adjust our approach to fit the situation rather than forcing reality to match our expectations. This adaptability creates mental agility, helping us approach each problem with a fresh perspective rather than relying on preconceived ideas. Adversity also encourages self-awareness, a critical component of effective thinking. Each challenge reveals something about our strengths, weaknesses, and tendencies, providing a deeper understanding of ourselves. This self-awareness allows us to recognize our biases, areas where we may be reacting rather than responding. By understanding ourselves better, we improve our ability to think objectively, making decisions based on a balanced view rather than on personal preferences or habits. A Stoic approach to adversity involves focusing on what we can control, a practice that keeps our thinking clear and purposeful. Complexity and difficulty often bring a sense of overwhelm as we attempt to solve everything at once. By directing our energy toward the aspects we can influence, we reduce this overwhelm, bringing clarity to our approach. This focus on control grounds our thinking, helping us move forward without becoming lost in factors beyond our reach. Adversity fosters empathy, a quality that enriches critical thinking by helping us understand others' perspectives. When we face our own challenges, we develop a deeper appreciation for the struggles of others, making us more compassionate. This empathy broadens our view, helping us see problems from multiple angles. By incorporating empathy into our thinking, we approach decisions with a fuller understanding, creating solutions that consider both our needs and those of others. Facing adversity teaches us to let go of perfectionism, a lesson that supports critical thinking by reducing unrealistic expectations. When we expect perfection, we set ourselves up for disappointment, as life rarely meets such standards. By embracing imperfection, we approach each situation with a more balanced view, understanding that growth comes through trial and error. This acceptance of imperfection frees us from rigid thinking, allowing us to explore options without fear of making mistakes. Adversity also enhances critical thinking by teaching us the importance of perspective. In difficult times, it's easy to view challenges as all-encompassing, forgetting the bigger picture. Stoicism encourages us to see adversity within the context of our overall journey, a single chapter in a much larger story. This perspective reduces the emotional weight of challenges, helping us approach them with a calm and clear mind. Each challenge we face provides an opportunity to build self-discipline, a quality that sharpens our thinking by promoting intentional actions over impulsive reactions. Adversity often tests our resolve, requiring us to choose responses that align with our values. This practice of discipline strengthens our ability to think critically, as it encourages us to consider long-term consequences rather than giving in to immediate desires or frustrations. Stoicism teaches us that adversity is a reminder of our resilience, a chance to prove our ability to endure. By embracing this resilience, we become less likely to be swayed by temporary setbacks, strengthening our critical thinking. This resilience keeps us grounded, a steady foundation that supports us through both minor inconveniences and major challenges. Each test of endurance builds confidence in our ability to handle whatever comes, a mindset that fosters calm and balanced thinking. Facing adversity also helps us recognize the power of choice in shaping our experiences. When difficulties arise, we may feel powerless, but Stoicism reminds us that we can always choose our response. This realization empowers us to take responsibility for our actions, encouraging thoughtful decision-making. By focusing on choice, we reclaim our agency, making each challenge an opportunity to strengthen our critical thinking. Adversity teaches us to challenge assumptions, a practice that enhances our ability to think objectively. Difficult situations often reveal that our expectations were unrealistic or that our beliefs need adjusting. By questioning these assumptions, we open ourselves to new insights, a flexibility that enriches our problem-solving. This habit of challenging assumptions keeps our minds open, helping us see each situation with fresh eyes rather than through the lens of outdated beliefs. Stoicism encourages us to view adversity as a teacher, not an enemy. By seeing challenges as opportunities for growth, we transform our relationship with difficulty. This shift in perspective allows us to approach each situation with curiosity rather than with resistance. Curiosity deepens our understanding, turning each setback into a chance to explore new ideas and strategies. This mindset fosters critical thinking as it keeps us engaged with life's lessons rather than fearing them. Adversity builds courage, a quality that strengthens our thinking by reducing the influence of fear. Fear often limits our ability to think clearly, as it narrows our focus to perceived threats. By facing challenges bravely, we reduce the power of fear, creating a mental space for calm and objective analysis. This courage supports critical thinking as it allows us to explore solutions without being hindered by self-doubt. Moving from the wisdom gained through adversity, we now focus on a powerful Stoic technique for achieving mental clarity and calm: intentional breathing. Breathing may seem automatic, but when practiced with awareness, it becomes a tool that grounds us, centers our thoughts, and eases the mind. The Stoics understood that breath holds a unique power to calm both body and mind, guiding us to a state of inner peace that isn't easily shaken. By embracing intentional breathing, we find a steady anchor in each moment, a technique that helps us cultivate clarity, resilience, and focus. This approach to breath transforms something simple into a profound practice for mental stability and sharpness. Intentional breathing starts by drawing our attention to the breath itself, a small yet powerful way to bring the mind into the present. When we focus on each inhale and exhale, we reduce the mental chatter that often clutters our thinking. This awareness becomes a bridge between mind and body, grounding us in the here and now. With each breath, we reinforce a sense of calm, an awareness that makes it easier to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Breathing with intention slows down the nervous system, activating the body's natural relaxation response. When we're stressed, our breath tends to become shallow and rapid, signaling to the brain that there's a threat. By choosing to breathe deeply and slowly, we send a different message, one that calms the mind and reassures us that all is well. This simple shift reduces anxiety, making it easier to maintain mental clarity even in high-stress situations. Practicing deep breathing also enhances our focus by providing a singular point of attention. In moments of distraction or mental clutter, the breath offers a simple focus, drawing us back from scattered thoughts. This focus trains the mind to stay steady, to return to the breath whenever we feel overwhelmed. Over time, this practice strengthens our concentration, making it easier to hold a clear, undistracted mind. Intentional breathing can also serve as a powerful reset button in challenging moments. When emotions run high, or when we feel overwhelmed, a few deep breaths provide a pause, a chance to step back and reassess. This pause creates space, allowing us to observe our feelings without letting them take over. By grounding ourselves in the breath, we regain control, responding with calm rather than with impulsivity. Another benefit of mindful breathing is its impact on physical relaxation. When we're tense, the body stores stress in muscles, often without our awareness. Deep breathing releases this tension, softening the muscles and easing physical discomfort. This release of tension supports a state of calm that permeates both body and mind, creating a stable foundation for clear thinking. Using breath to lengthen the exhale creates a sense of release, a gentle way to let go of tension or lingering stress. By extending each exhale, we signal to the body that it's safe to relax, reducing feelings of anxiety or restlessness. This intentional release mirrors the Stoic practice of letting go, a reminder that not all things require our control. Each breath out becomes a moment of surrender, a step toward inner peace. Breathing exercises also help us cultivate patience, a quality that supports resilience in all situations. When we focus on slow, deliberate breathing, we train ourselves to be comfortable with stillness, to resist the urge to rush. This patience extends beyond the breath, teaching us to approach life's challenges with a calm, steady mind. By embracing the rhythm of slow breathing, we develop a resilience that doesn't crumble under pressure. Breath awareness strengthens our connection to the present moment, reducing the tendency to dwell on past regrets or future worries. The breath is always in the now, a grounding force that reminds us that clarity arises from presence. By anchoring ourselves in the breath, we learn to release thoughts of what was or what might be, finding peace in the simplicity of the present. This presence sharpens our focus, making it easier to think clearly. Intentional breathing also improves our ability to regulate emotions, providing a way to manage feelings without suppression or denial. When emotions rise, turning to the breath creates a space between feeling and action, a moment of calm where we can observe without reacting. This regulation builds emotional resilience, helping us face challenges without being swept away by each wave of feeling. The breath becomes a tool for balance, a way to handle emotions with grace. Practicing breathing exercises regularly strengthens our awareness of the body, creating a harmonious relationship between physical sensation and mental clarity. The Stoics believed that a calm mind requires a calm body, and by paying attention to the breath, we nurture both. This awareness builds a holistic calm, a state where mind and body support each other in achieving mental clarity and peace. Using the breath as a meditation tool deepens our capacity for reflection. Each breath brings a moment of quiet, a chance to listen inwardly and observe our thoughts without judgment. This reflective space allows us to gain insight, to see patterns and tendencies that might otherwise go unnoticed. By meditating on the breath, we cultivate a habit of self-reflection, a practice that enhances self-understanding and personal growth. Breathing with intention can also foster gratitude, a feeling that supports mental calm. Each breath is a reminder of life's simplicity, of the quiet rhythms that sustain us even in difficult times. This gratitude reduces feelings of lack or dissatisfaction, grounding us in appreciation rather than in desire. With each breath, we affirm our connection to life itself, a simple yet profound practice that brings contentment and peace. Intentional breathing also teaches us acceptance, a Stoic quality that helps us face life's uncertainties with grace. The breath is a natural cycle of inhaling and exhaling, a rhythm that mirrors the flow of life's experiences. By embracing this flow, we learn to accept what comes without clinging or resisting, a practice that reduces stress. This acceptance becomes a way of being, a calm resilience that allows us to face change with an open mind. Practicing breath awareness helps us release judgment, both of ourselves and of our experiences. In each moment of breathing, we observe without critique, allowing the breath to flow naturally. This non-judgmental awareness frees us from harsh self-criticism, creating a space where we can simply be. This release of judgment builds inner peace, a calm that isn't weighed down by self-imposed expectations. Intentional breathing also enhances our ability to listen, a skill that supports clarity in relationships. When we breathe mindfully, we practice listening to our own needs, tuning into what the body and mind are saying. This practice extends outward, making it easier to listen to others with full presence. By breathing with awareness, we cultivate patience and attentiveness, qualities that improve our communication and deepen our connections. Through intentional breathing, we build a sense of internal spaciousness, a calmness that isn't easily crowded by stress or worry. Each breath expands this space, a gentle reminder that we have room for peace within. This spaciousness supports a calm mind, a mental environment that remains open and steady even in challenging times. With each breath, we create a larger capacity for resilience. Breath practice also encourages mental discipline, a quality that strengthens our ability to focus. Intentional breathing requires us to return to the breath, to maintain awareness even when the mind wanders. This discipline sharpens our concentration, teaching us to bring the mind back to the task at hand. Over time, this focus on the breath translates into a greater ability to concentrate on life's challenges with clarity. Incorporating breathing exercises into daily life also builds routine, a practice that reinforces stability. By dedicating moments each day to mindful breathing, we create a consistent space for calm. This routine becomes a grounding point, a steady reminder of our commitment to peace and clarity. Through this regular practice, calmness becomes a natural part of our daily rhythm, a source of strength that is always within reach. Intentional breathing reduces impulsivity, helping us make decisions based on clarity rather than on emotional reaction. By grounding ourselves in the breath, we create a pause, a space to consider before we act. This pause enhances our decision-making, making it easier to choose actions that align with our values. With each breath, we reinforce a habit of thoughtful response, a quality that supports wise choices. In challenging situations, the breath becomes a source of strength, a reminder that we have control over our internal state, even when external events are unpredictable. This sense of control provides reassurance, a steady calm that grounds us in moments of uncertainty. The breath becomes a quiet power, an inner resource that strengthens us from within. Each breath brings a sense of stability, a reminder that we can handle whatever comes our way. Through intentional breathing, we learn to embrace simplicity, a quality that reduces mental clutter. Focusing on the breath reminds us of life's basic rhythms, a grounding in simplicity that clears the mind. This simplicity fosters clarity, reducing the mental noise that often accompanies stress or overthinking. With each breath, we find a quiet place within, a mental space that remains clear and open. Practicing mindful breathing also encourages patience, teaching us to be gentle with ourselves. In moments of stress, it's easy to become frustrated or to rush for solutions. By choosing to breathe slowly and deeply, we cultivate patience, an understanding that clarity often comes through calm observation. This patience creates resilience, a calmness that supports us through both minor frustrations and major challenges. With each breath, we create a link to inner peace, a steadying force that keeps us grounded. Building on the grounding calm we achieve through intentional breathing, we now explore a Stoic approach to a challenge we all face, making decisions with the future in mind. Life often pulls us toward immediate desires and short-term comforts, but Stoic philosophy encourages a thoughtful, future-proof way of thinking that considers lasting impact over fleeting satisfaction. This mindset isn't about predicting the future, it's about making choices that align with our core values, preparing us to handle both expected outcomes and unforeseen changes. By cultivating future-proof thinking, we develop a decision-making process that balances wisdom with foresight, creating a life grounded in resilience and purpose. Future-proof thinking starts with clarity of values. When we're uncertain about our priorities, our decisions tend to reflect the moment rather than our true purpose. The Stoics emphasized aligning choices with personal values, which serves as a guide through life's complex choices. Knowing what matters most provides a steady foundation, making it easier to evaluate each decision in terms of long-term fulfillment rather than short-term gains. Another pillar of future-proof thinking is developing the habit of patience. Quick decisions often cater to immediate needs, but the Stoics taught that patience reveals deeper insights. When we approach each decision without haste, we allow time for reflection, which often leads to wiser choices. This patience helps us resist the pull of immediate gratification, allowing us to consider consequences that may only become apparent over time. Stoic future-proof thinking also involves a deep respect for impermanence. Recognizing that circumstances, people, and desires change allows us to make decisions that adapt to this natural flow. This adaptability keeps us from becoming too attached to specific outcomes, enabling us to adjust our path as life unfolds. By embracing change as a constant, we make choices that remain relevant even when the landscape shifts. Long-term decision-making benefits from examining both risks and rewards without fear. The Stoics viewed risk as an inherent part of life, encouraging us to acknowledge it openly rather than avoid it. When we consider potential downsides alongside the benefits, we approach decisions with a balanced view, reducing the chance of surprises. This thoughtful risk assessment strengthens our resilience, preparing us to handle setbacks with calm and perspective. Future-proof thinking also means learning to delay gratification. In a world that often rewards instant satisfaction, the ability to wait for lasting rewards becomes a rare strength. Delaying gratification teaches us to prioritize long-term well-being over momentary pleasure, a discipline that enhances our ability to make choices that lead to deeper fulfillment. This practice builds inner strength, helping us stay committed to our long-term vision. Understanding the role of control in decision-making is essential for a Stoic approach to the future. The Stoics taught that we can only control our actions, not the results, which brings a sense of peace to each decision. By focusing on what we can influence rather than on uncertain outcomes, we make choices with a clear mind, reducing stress and worry. This focus on control creates stability, helping us stay resilient even when outcomes differ from our expectations. Future-proof thinking also emphasizes learning from past decisions. Reflection allows us to see what worked, what didn't, and why. This self-awareness creates a personal blueprint for better choices, transforming past challenges into valuable lessons. Each reflection refines our approach, helping us approach future decisions with a clearer understanding of what aligns with our goals and values. The Stoic practice of preparing for adversity, known as premeditatio malorum, strengthens our future-proof mindset. By considering potential challenges before they arise, we reduce the shock of the unexpected and cultivate a calm readiness. This foresight doesn't create worry. Instead, it empowers us, giving us the confidence to face difficulties with resilience. By imagining potential obstacles, we build the mental fortitude to handle them with ease. An essential aspect of future-proof thinking is avoiding extremes. Decisions made in the heat of intense emotion or impulse often lead to outcomes that don't serve our long-term well-being. Stoic moderation encourages us to stay balanced, neither overcommitting nor underestimating. This balanced approach leads to steady progress, creating a life where each choice contributes to a stable, fulfilling future. Future-proof thinking encourages us to take responsibility for our actions and their outcomes. Blaming others or external events limits our growth, but by owning our choices, we gain the power to learn and adapt. This accountability builds resilience, helping us approach each decision with an open mind and a willingness to learn. With each choice, we reinforce our commitment to growth, creating a foundation of self-trust. A key component of Stoic decision-making is simplifying our choices. Complexity often clouds judgment, leading to decisions that cater to too many interests or contingencies. By focusing on what truly matters, we reduce unnecessary elements, making it easier to see the path forward. This simplification provides clarity, enabling us to make choices that align with our purpose without becoming distracted by trivial details. The Stoics valued mental preparation, a practice that supports future-proof thinking by enhancing resilience. By mentally rehearsing our responses to potential scenarios, we build confidence in our ability to face them calmly. This practice trains our minds to respond to life's challenges with poise, reducing the likelihood of being overwhelmed. With each mental preparation, we reinforce our readiness to face whatever the future holds. A Stoic approach to future-proof thinking involves embracing realistic optimism. This mindset isn't about blind positivity, it's about recognizing both potential for success and possible challenges. By balancing hope with realism, we make decisions grounded in practicality, ready for a range of outcomes. This realistic optimism strengthens resilience, creating a balanced foundation for each choice. Considering the impact of decisions on others strengthens the Stoic principle of community, reminding us that our actions have broader effects. By thinking beyond personal gain, we cultivate empathy, making choices that contribute positively to those around us. This sense of responsibility deepens our purpose, aligning our actions with values that extend beyond self-interest. By considering others, we reinforce our commitment to a meaningful, lasting impact. Building future-proof thinking also involves practicing gratitude. When we focus on what we already have, we reduce the impulse to seek fulfillment in every decision. This contentment fosters wise choices, as we're less likely to make decisions from a place of lack. Gratitude grounds us, reminding us that our future doesn't need to be drastically different to bring happiness. By cultivating this gratitude, we approach decisions with a clear sense of what truly matters. Balancing emotional awareness with reason is another Stoic strategy for effective long-term decision-making. Emotions are valuable guides, but when they overpower logic, they can lead us astray. By acknowledging emotions without letting them dictate our actions, we create a balanced decision-making process. This harmony between emotion and reason supports thoughtful choices, ensuring that we act in alignment with both heart and mind. Future-proof thinking also involves viewing each decision as a step in a larger journey. Rather than placing excessive weight on individual outcomes, we see each choice as part of a broader path. This perspective reduces pressure, allowing us to approach decisions with a calm, steady focus. By seeing the bigger picture, we make choices that support long-term growth, creating a life that reflects our values and aspirations. In Stoic decision-making, integrity serves as a compass that guides each choice. When we make decisions that align with our moral principles, we build a foundation of trust in ourselves and from others. Integrity strengthens future-proof thinking by ensuring that each decision reflects our true values. This commitment to integrity creates consistency, a reliable structure for navigating life's complexities with confidence and clarity. Future-proof thinking embraces the inevitability of change, a principle that reminds us to remain adaptable. The Stoics taught that everything is in flux, and by accepting this, we reduce the stress of clinging to fixed plans. This adaptability allows us to adjust as new information arises, enhancing our resilience in the face of uncertainty. Embracing change as a constant helps us make choices that stay relevant, even as circumstances evolve. Reflecting on the legacy we wish to leave behind reinforces a Stoic approach to long-term decision-making. When we consider how each choice contributes to the larger story of our lives, we make decisions that align with our purpose. This reflection encourages us to prioritize actions that have lasting value, creating a life filled with meaning and impact. By focusing on legacy, we cultivate a future-proof mindset that transcends temporary gains. Shifting from the perspective of future-proof thinking, we now delve into a challenge that all of us face at some point: handling criticism. Criticism, whether constructive or harsh, often triggers a powerful response within us. It's natural to feel defensive, hurt, or even angry, but the Stoics teach us a different approach, responding with calm and reflection rather than reacting impulsively. By learning to handle criticism without letting it disturb our peace, we build resilience, confidence, and clarity. This approach transforms criticism from a source of discomfort into an opportunity for growth and self-mastery, allowing us to respond thoughtfully and with purpose. A Stoic approach to criticism begins with the practice of listening fully without immediately forming a response. When we listen openly, we separate ourselves from the urge to defend, allowing the words to reach us without filtering them through our own judgments. This openness helps us view criticism as information rather than a personal attack, creating a foundation for understanding. By listening deeply, we shift our focus from reacting to gaining insight, strengthening our ability to handle feedback with grace. Another essential aspect of responding to criticism is staying grounded in self-awareness. Criticism often stirs feelings of insecurity or doubt, but by knowing our strengths and values, we build a stable foundation that isn't easily shaken by others' opinions. Self-awareness reminds us that we define our worth, not the judgments of others. With this steady sense of self, we can approach criticism calmly, viewing it as one perspective rather than as an absolute truth. The Stoics encourage us to question the intent behind the criticism, seeking to understand whether it's meant to help or harm. Not all criticism is delivered with good intentions. Some may come from a place of negativity. By recognizing this, we discern which feedback to take seriously and which to let go. This discernment reduces unnecessary distress, helping us focus only on what adds value. Each instance of criticism becomes a choice, a decision on whether to engage or release it. Learning to control our initial emotional response is another Stoic practice in dealing with criticism. The first reaction is often defensive or emotional, but by pausing, we create space to respond from a place of clarity. This pause is powerful as it allows emotions to settle before we decide how to address the feedback. By choosing response over reaction, we gain control over our emotions, turning criticism into a moment of self-mastery rather than distress. Stoicism teaches us to view criticism as a mirror, a tool for self-reflection rather than as a personal attack. Criticism reveals areas where we might improve, where we can strengthen our skills or deepen our understanding. When we approach feedback with this mindset, we see each comment as an opportunity to grow rather than as a threat. This perspective empowers us, transforming criticism into a valuable ally on our path to self-development. Another Stoic strategy for handling criticism is to remain focused on the present rather than dwelling on past mistakes. Criticism often brings up old regrets or insecurities, but by staying grounded in the present, we keep our attention on what we can do now. This focus on the present reduces the weight of past mistakes, helping us use feedback constructively rather than letting it reinforce old wounds. With each criticism, we gain a fresh opportunity to act with purpose and clarity. Self-compassion plays a vital role in responding to criticism effectively. When we treat ourselves with kindness, we reduce the sting of negative feedback, viewing it with a balanced mind rather than with self-judgment. Self-compassion reminds us that everyone makes mistakes, that growth is a continuous process. This understanding creates resilience, a calm assurance that we can handle feedback without letting it diminish our self-worth. The Stoics teach that criticism often reflects the critic's perspective as much as our actions. By understanding that feedback is filtered through others' beliefs, experiences, and biases, we see criticism as one viewpoint rather than as an absolute assessment. This awareness helps us approach feedback objectively, deciding which aspects are useful and which to set aside. Each piece of feedback becomes a chance to understand both ourselves and others more deeply. Viewing criticism as a learning opportunity transforms our relationship with it. Rather than avoiding or fearing feedback, we approach it with curiosity, seeking insights that can enhance our growth. This shift in perspective removes the discomfort associated with criticism, replacing it with a sense of purpose. By embracing criticism as a teacher, we build resilience, a willingness to learn from each experience without fear. A Stoic response to criticism includes practicing gratitude for constructive feedback. When others offer insights that can help us grow, even if uncomfortable, they provide us with a gift. By approaching feedback with gratitude, we remove the resistance that often accompanies it, opening ourselves to positive change. Gratitude for feedback builds humility, a quality that strengthens our character and deepens our understanding. Choosing to focus on what we can control in response to criticism keeps us grounded. We may not control others' opinions or comments, but we can control how we interpret and respond to them. This focus on control empowers us, helping us remain calm and steady regardless of the nature of the feedback. Each choice to focus on our actions over others' judgments strengthens our inner resilience, building a foundation of self-reliance. Setting healthy boundaries is also essential when dealing with criticism. Not all feedback is constructive, and by setting boundaries, we protect our mental space from unnecessary negativity. These boundaries aren't about ignoring feedback, but about discerning which criticism serves our growth and which does not. By choosing what to engage with, we reduce stress, keeping our mind focused on what truly matters. Practicing detachment from the need for approval supports a Stoic approach to criticism. When we rely on others' validation, criticism feels like a threat to our self-worth. But by cultivating inner approval, we free ourselves from this need, viewing criticism as information rather than as judgment. This detachment fosters independence, a steady confidence that isn't shaken by others' opinions. With each piece of feedback, we build a stronger, self-defined identity. Seeing criticism as a temporary experience rather than a fixed truth helps us handle it with ease. Feedback often feels intense in the moment, but by recognizing that its impact will fade, we reduce its emotional weight. This perspective brings balance, a reminder that criticism is just one moment in our journey rather than a defining factor. Each instance of feedback becomes a passing experience, one that we can learn from without letting it linger. Embracing humility in the face of criticism reminds us that we are all learning. Humility removes the need to defend or prove ourselves, allowing us to accept feedback with openness. This humility strengthens our resilience, creating a space for growth without fear of judgment. By accepting that we don't know everything, we approach each criticism as a step toward greater understanding. Responding to criticism with curiosity rather than defensiveness enhances our ability to learn. Curiosity encourages us to ask questions, to seek clarity on the feedback rather than reject it outright. This openness to understanding strengthens our connection to others, making criticism a bridge to deeper relationships rather than a barrier. By choosing curiosity, we transform feedback into an opportunity for connection and growth. Practicing forgiveness toward ourselves for mistakes revealed through criticism supports mental peace. Criticism often highlights areas where we could have acted differently, but by forgiving ourselves, we release the weight of regret. This forgiveness builds resilience, a steady calm that allows us to learn without self-blame. Each criticism becomes a lesson rather than a burden, a step forward in self-compassion. Seeing criticism as a reflection of universal imperfection reminds us that everyone receives feedback at some point. This shared experience reduces the sting of criticism as we recognize that it's part of being human. By seeing feedback as something universal, we feel less isolated, viewing criticism as a natural part of growth rather than as a personal flaw. Viewing criticism through a lens of Stoic gratitude, humility, and self-compassion empowers us to grow without being burdened by others' opinions. Each criticism becomes a tool for self-reflection, an opportunity to understand both ourselves and others more deeply. Through this approach, we build resilience, a foundation of inner calm that supports us in every aspect of life. Transitioning from our approach to handling criticism, we now turn to a powerful Stoic concept that brings clarity to problem-solving, the dichotomy of control. This principle divides life's events into two categories, those within our control and those beyond it. In moments of difficulty, it's natural to want to control every detail, but the Stoics teach that peace comes from recognizing where our influence truly lies. By applying the dichotomy of control to problem analysis, we sharpen our focus, direct our energy wisely, and release the mental burden of things we cannot change. This approach doesn't lead to passivity. Instead, it empowers us to act purposefully within our sphere of influence, creating a resilient mindset that faces challenges with clarity and calm. The first step in applying the dichotomy of control to problem analysis is identifying which aspects of a situation we can influence. When faced with a problem, we often feel overwhelmed by its complexity. But by breaking it down, separating controllable factors from the uncontrollable, we reduce this mental strain. This clarity directs our efforts toward actions that have real impact, minimizing the frustration that arises from futile attempts to control the uncontrollable. Understanding what lies beyond our control allows us to release unnecessary stress and focus on constructive actions. Many problems feel burdensome because we try to influence outcomes that are shaped by external forces. By acknowledging these limits, we regain mental freedom, letting go of the need to manage every detail. This release reduces anxiety, making it easier to approach each challenge with a calm and balanced mind. Applying the dichotomy of control involves developing a mindset of acceptance toward uncontrollable factors. Acceptance doesn't mean resignation. It means recognizing that certain outcomes aren't ours to dictate. This shift frees us from the pressure to ensure perfect results, allowing us to focus on our efforts rather than on guarantees. Each act of acceptance builds resilience, a strength that supports us even when situations don't go as planned. By focusing on what we can control, we create a sense of empowerment. Many problems feel daunting because we view them as things that happen to us rather than as challenges we can influence. By taking ownership of our actions, we shift from passive observation to active participation, engaging with the problem in a way that reinforces our sense of agency. This empowerment keeps us grounded, a reminder that we have the power to choose our responses. The dichotomy of control also helps us approach problems with a balanced perspective, as it reduces emotional reactivity. When we focus on factors outside our control, we often feel frustrated or anxious, emotions that cloud our judgment. By centering on what we can influence, we maintain a clear mind, one that isn't easily swayed by external events. This emotional balance strengthens our decision-making, allowing us to navigate challenges with steadiness. Applying this principle simplifies complex situations by reducing mental clutter. Problems often appear more overwhelming than they are because we try to account for every possible variable. By narrowing our focus to controllable aspects, we create a mental environment that is clear and organized. This clarity helps us identify effective solutions, transforming what seemed overwhelming into something manageable. Using the dichotomy of control in problem analysis fosters resilience by teaching us to adapt to outcomes rather than force them. When we release the need to control every result, we become more flexible, better able to adjust our approach as situations evolve. This adaptability keeps us from becoming stuck, allowing us to find new solutions as circumstances change. With each challenge, we build a foundation of resilience that remains steady regardless of external events. The dichotomy of control encourages proactive thinking as it redirects our attention to actions rather than to outcomes. By focusing on what we can do, we create a forward momentum that keeps us engaged in constructive behavior. This proactive mindset reduces feelings of helplessness, replacing them with a sense of purpose. Each action, no matter how small, becomes a step toward progress, a reminder that we're actively shaping our response. Embracing this principle also reduces the tendency to blame others or external factors for challenges we face. When we accept that certain aspects are beyond our control, we stop seeking someone or something to hold responsible. This acceptance fosters peace, a mental state free from resentment or anger. Each moment of acceptance reinforces our inner calm, a strength that keeps us balanced in the face of difficulties. The dichotomy of control enhances our ability to make rational decisions, as it removes the distraction of worrying about uncontrollable outcomes. When we concentrate on what we can influence, we free our mind from unnecessary fears, creating a mental space for clear analysis. This clarity improves our judgment, making it easier to weigh options objectively. By focusing on rational decision-making, we reduce the influence of emotions that often lead to impulsive choices. Applying this principle also fosters patience, as we learn to trust in our efforts rather than demand immediate results. Many problems feel stressful because we expect quick solutions, a pressure that often leads to frustration. By focusing on the actions we can take, we learn to let time play its role, understanding that some outcomes require patience. This patience builds endurance, a quiet resilience that supports us through both short-term challenges and long-term goals. The dichotomy of control encourages a focus on preparation over prediction. When we try to predict every outcome, we create stress, as uncertainty is a natural part of life. By preparing for various possibilities rather than predicting specific outcomes, we approach problems with readiness rather than worry. This preparation fosters a calm assurance, a mindset that faces the unknown with confidence. Using this principle in problem analysis also enhances our capacity for self-compassion. When we accept that certain factors lie beyond our influence, we reduce the tendency for self-criticism when things don't go as planned. This compassion reminds us that not every outcome reflects our efforts, allowing us to acknowledge our limitations without harsh self-judgment. Each act of self-compassion builds resilience, a strength that keeps us motivated even in difficult times. The dichotomy of control fosters gratitude by shifting our focus to what we can do rather than what we lack. When we concentrate on our influence, we appreciate the power we hold over our actions and choices. This gratitude reduces feelings of frustration, creating a mindset that values progress over perfection. By acknowledging our strengths, we approach each problem with a sense of fulfillment rather than with a sense of inadequacy. Another benefit of applying the dichotomy of control is the development of mental discipline. By focusing only on controllable aspects, we train our mind to resist distractions that lead to worry or fear. This discipline sharpens our focus, creating a habit of clear, intentional thinking that supports effective problem-solving. With each application, we strengthen our mental discipline, a skill that enhances every area of life. Seeing problems through the lens of the dichotomy of control also reduces stress by simplifying our approach. When we try to manage every detail, we create a mental load that leads to burnout. By focusing only on essential factors, we reduce this load, freeing up mental energy for meaningful actions. This simplicity fosters a calm clarity, a steady mind that isn't easily overwhelmed. This principle also teaches us to let go of perfectionism, as it reminds us that we can only influence our actions, not every outcome. Perfectionism often creates pressure, leading us to pursue unrealistic standards. By embracing what we can control, we release the need for flawless results, understanding that effort matters more than perfection. Each choice to let go of perfection strengthens our resilience, a calm acceptance that supports balanced decision-making. The dichotomy of control encourages reflection, as it allows us to assess our responses rather than dwell on outcomes. Reflection helps us learn from each experience, identifying areas where we can improve without getting lost in regret. This self-awareness deepens our understanding, making it easier to handle future challenges with confidence. By focusing on reflection over results, we build a mindset of growth rather than one of rigid expectations. Applying this principle also fosters humility, as it reminds us of our limitations. Recognizing what lies beyond our control removes the need for pride or the illusion of complete mastery. This humility opens us to learning, a willingness to accept guidance or insight from others. Each moment of humility strengthens our resilience, a balanced mindset that values growth over perfection. The dichotomy of control encourages us to approach each problem as a learning opportunity. When we focus on controllable actions, we treat each challenge as a chance to refine our skills, to test our patience, or to build resilience. This learning mindset transforms problems from obstacles into stepping stones, making each experience a source of growth. By seeing challenges as teachers, we build a foundation of inner strength that supports us through every difficulty. With each application of the dichotomy of control, we strengthen our ability to focus on what truly matters. Moving from the clarity gained by applying the dichotomy of control, we now dive into practical Stoic exercises designed to ground and center us, especially in challenging moments. When life feels turbulent, finding a way to steady ourselves is essential. The Stoics believed that grounding practices connect us to an inner calm that remains unshaken, regardless of external chaos. These exercises cultivate a resilient presence, helping us face each situation with a composed mind and clear purpose. By training ourselves to stay centered, we build a foundation that withstands stress, uncertainty, and adversity, transforming each experience into an opportunity for inner strength and balance. A powerful Stoic exercise for grounding is focusing on the breath. When stress rises, our breathing tends to become shallow and quick, amplifying anxiety. By shifting our focus to deep, intentional breaths, we calm the nervous system, signaling to the body that it is safe. This simple practice brings us back to the present moment, reducing mental clutter and fostering clarity. With each breath, we reinforce a connection to inner peace, reminding ourselves that calm is accessible even in difficult times. Another Stoic grounding exercise is mentally stepping back to observe our thoughts without attachment. When challenges arise, our minds can become entangled in worry or self-doubt. By observing thoughts as passing clouds rather than as absolute truths, we gain distance from them, reducing their power over us. This mental detachment strengthens our resilience as we learn to see each thought objectively rather than reacting to it impulsively. Practicing gratitude is a powerful way to stay grounded in the face of adversity. By shifting our attention to what we appreciate, we create a mental space that values presence over lack. Gratitude reminds us of the resources, strengths, and relationships that support us, helping us feel more centered. This perspective fosters resilience, as it brings light to even the darkest moments, grounding us in the richness of the present rather than in the weight of problems. Visualization is another Stoic technique that grounds us in strength. By picturing ourselves facing challenges with calm and purpose, we mentally rehearse resilience. Visualization trains the mind to approach adversity with confidence, reducing feelings of helplessness. This practice becomes a mental rehearsal, reinforcing our belief in our capacity to handle difficulty. With each visualization, we create a steady foundation, a reminder that we are capable of responding thoughtfully. A grounding practice rooted in Stoicism is intentional silence, a few minutes of stillness where we turn inward, allowing the mind to settle. In moments of silence, we let go of external distractions, connecting with a quiet strength within. This silence serves as a reset button, a chance to center ourselves when life feels overwhelming. Each moment of silence builds inner peace, a mental stillness that helps us face the world with a balanced mind. The Stoics valued journaling as a way to ground and center the mind. Writing down our thoughts, worries, or challenges organizes mental clutter, creating clarity. By translating thoughts onto paper, we gain distance from them, making it easier to see situations objectively. This practice strengthens our ability to process emotions without becoming overwhelmed, providing a grounding space where we can reflect without judgment. Physical grounding, such as feeling the weight of our body or noticing sensations in our feet, brings us back to the present. When stress pulls us into the mind, focusing on physical sensations anchors us in the here and now. This connection to the body reduces mental tension, a reminder that we are present, grounded, and capable of facing whatever comes. Physical grounding creates a steady foundation, a reminder that we are more than our thoughts. Reflecting on past challenges and how we overcame them reinforces resilience, grounding us in our history of strength. Remembering moments when we faced difficulty and persevered reminds us of our capability. This reflection builds confidence, a grounding assurance that we have navigated hard times before and can do so again. Each memory of resilience strengthens our belief in our inner resources, creating a steady calm. The practice of reframing challenges as opportunities for growth centers us in purpose. When adversity strikes, the initial reaction is often frustration or fear, but by viewing challenges as lessons, we transform our perspective. This shift brings clarity, helping us see each experience as part of our journey rather than as an obstacle. Reframing challenges builds resilience, a reminder that growth often arises from hardship. Focusing on our values provides a mental anchor in challenging times. Values serve as a compass, guiding us through decisions and responses. By grounding ourselves in what truly matters, we stay aligned with our purpose, reducing the confusion that often accompanies stress. This alignment with values strengthens resilience, as it reminds us that we are driven by principles, not by the opinions or judgments of others. Practicing non-judgment toward ourselves and others reduces mental tension, creating a calm, centered mind. Judgment often breeds frustration, a reaction that distances us from peace. By observing situations and people without labeling them as good or bad, we maintain a balanced perspective. This openness fosters resilience, a grounded acceptance that embraces life as it is, rather than as we wish it to be. Connecting with nature is a timeless grounding exercise, a way to center ourselves in something larger than personal challenges. Nature's steady rhythms remind us of the world's enduring beauty, a grounding force that eases mental stress. Whether through a walk, observing the sky, or listening to natural sounds, nature reconnects us with a calm presence. Each moment spent in nature strengthens our resilience, grounding us in life's inherent simplicity. Setting intentions at the start of each day provides a mental grounding that guides our actions. Intentions act as gentle reminders of the qualities we wish to embody, such as patience, kindness, or resilience. By setting an intention, we create a steady focus that centers us throughout the day, helping us stay aligned with our purpose, even in moments of stress. Each intention reinforces a sense of calm direction. Focusing on a single task with full presence brings a grounding clarity to our day. When life feels chaotic, multitasking often amplifies stress, pulling our attention in multiple directions. By dedicating ourselves to one task at a time, we create mental order, reducing the overwhelm that accompanies complexity. This focus on single tasking fosters resilience, a reminder that calm is built through simplicity. Engaging in mindful movement, such as stretching or gentle exercise, grounds us in the body, easing mental strain. Physical movement releases tension, reconnecting us with the present. This practice brings clarity as it reduces mental clutter, creating a calm space where thoughts can settle. Each movement grounds us in a physical rhythm, a steadying force that supports mental peace. Practicing acceptance of what we cannot change brings a grounding resilience. Resistance to reality often breeds tension, but by embracing acceptance, we release this struggle, creating mental freedom. Acceptance doesn't mean passivity. It means working within reality rather than against it. Each moment of acceptance builds a grounded calm, a reminder that peace often arises from letting go. Using affirmations strengthens our inner resilience, grounding us in beliefs that support growth. Positive affirmations remind us of our strengths, creating a steady foundation that reduces self-doubt. Each affirmation reinforces a sense of self-worth, a mental grounding that remains steady regardless of external opinions. By affirming our values, we create a mental environment that supports confidence and calm. Reflecting on our purpose brings a deep grounding, a reminder that our lives are driven by meaning. Purpose serves as a guiding star, grounding us in a direction that isn't easily swayed by life's storms. Each reminder of purpose strengthens resilience, a steady foundation that helps us navigate challenges with clarity and focus. By grounding ourselves in purpose, we face each situation with a composed mind. Stoic grounding exercises connect us to a resilience that remains steady through all of life's challenges. Each practice reinforces a mental strength, a calm that isn't easily disrupted by external forces. With these techniques, we build a foundation that supports us in every moment, creating a life rooted in peace and purpose. Moving from the grounding practices that help us stay steady through life's challenges, we now explore the delicate balance between empathy and logic, a balance essential for meaningful, resilient relationships. Relationships, whether personal or professional, are often influenced by both emotion and reason. Stoicism teaches us that harmony lies in not letting one overpower the other. Empathy connects us with others, fostering understanding and compassion, while logic keeps us grounded in clarity and fairness. Together, empathy and logic allow us to approach relationships with both warmth and wisdom, creating bonds that are strong, respectful, and deeply fulfilling. By learning to balance these two forces, we build relationships rooted in authenticity and resilience. To create harmony between empathy and logic, we start by recognizing the importance of both. Empathy helps us see the world through others' perspectives, deepening our connection, while logic ensures that we remain fair and consistent in our interactions. When we embrace both, we bring a balanced approach to each relationship, treating others with compassion without losing our own sense of self. This balance creates trust, a foundation that strengthens every interaction. Practicing empathy requires active listening, a skill that helps us truly understand others without forming immediate judgments. When we listen with full attention, we move beyond surface-level assumptions, creating a space where others feel valued. This listening deepens our connections, as it shows a genuine interest in others' experiences. With each moment of listening, we build relationships based on respect and understanding, fostering a sense of closeness. To integrate logic, we develop a habit of questioning assumptions, both our own and others. Emotions often carry biases, which can cloud our judgment. By examining assumptions, we create clarity, ensuring that our responses are based on reality rather than on misinterpretations. This logical approach doesn't diminish empathy. Instead, it refines our understanding, helping us see each person and situation more accurately. Empathy also involves being open to others' emotions without letting them overwhelm our own. When we empathize deeply, it's natural to feel the weight of others' struggles. But Stoicism teaches us to maintain a steady inner calm, allowing us to offer support without absorbing others' stress. This inner calm strengthens our resilience, enabling us to be present for others while staying grounded ourselves. Logic, on the other hand, helps us set healthy boundaries, a practice essential for balanced relationships. Boundaries ensure that empathy doesn't lead to self-sacrifice, that we remain whole while offering compassion. These boundaries foster mutual respect, a reminder that relationships thrive when both parties feel valued. By setting boundaries with clarity, we protect our well-being while still being there for others. Practicing empathy encourages us to approach conflicts with understanding rather than with defensiveness. When disagreements arise, it's easy to focus on proving a point, but empathy reminds us to consider the other person's perspective. This understanding diffuses tension, creating an environment where resolution feels possible. By approaching conflicts with empathy, we reduce barriers, strengthening the bond even during disagreements. Logic helps us focus on facts rather than on assumptions in relationships. Emotions can sometimes distort reality, making us interpret situations in ways that may not be accurate. By grounding ourselves in facts, we create a balanced perspective that sees things as they are. This logical approach fosters fairness, helping us respond based on truth rather than on fleeting feelings. Balancing empathy and logic also involves developing patience, a quality that supports clear communication. When emotions run high, it's tempting to react quickly, but patience allows us to respond thoughtfully. This pause helps us consider both our feelings and the facts, ensuring that our response aligns with both empathy and reason. Patience creates a foundation of calm, a steady approach that strengthens every interaction. Empathy encourages us to practice forgiveness, a quality that heals and renews relationships. Holding on to resentment often leads to tension, but forgiveness opens a space for understanding. This release of judgment creates a sense of peace, a reminder that empathy sometimes requires letting go. By choosing forgiveness, we free ourselves from past hurts, fostering a relationship that grows beyond past mistakes. Logic helps us approach forgiveness with clarity, ensuring that we don't ignore harmful patterns or behaviors. Forgiveness doesn't mean excusing repeated hurtful actions. It means releasing resentment while setting clear expectations for future interactions. This clarity protects the relationship's integrity, ensuring that empathy doesn't lead to unnecessary compromise. By balancing forgiveness with logic, we maintain both compassion and self-respect. Empathy involves accepting that everyone has unique struggles, a perspective that deepens our compassion. When we recognize that others are dealing with unseen challenges, we approach them with understanding rather than with judgment. This empathy reduces friction, creating a supportive environment where both parties feel valued. Each act of compassion builds trust, a steady foundation that supports growth. Logic encourages us to maintain consistency in our actions and responses. Relationships benefit from predictability, a steady approach that fosters trust. By responding consistently, we show that our actions align with our words, creating a dependable bond. This consistency doesn't reduce empathy, it strengthens it, as others know they can rely on us, even during challenging times. Empathy reminds us to celebrate others' successes without comparison or jealousy. When we genuinely feel happy for others, we build a sense of joy and connection. This support strengthens the relationship as others feel appreciated for who they are. Each act of celebration reinforces a positive bond, one that values both individuals' growth and happiness. Logic supports self-awareness, a quality that enhances empathy by helping us recognize our own biases. When we understand our triggers or emotional patterns, we can respond to others with greater balance. This self-awareness creates a clear mind, one that's able to empathize without projecting personal insecurities. With each moment of awareness, we improve our ability to connect with others genuinely. Empathy encourages us to give without expecting something in return, a mindset that nurtures unconditional support. This giving creates a space of trust, showing others that we care without hidden motives. Each act of selfless kindness strengthens the relationship, building a connection based on generosity and sincerity. Logic helps us balance giving with self-care, ensuring that we don't give to the point of depletion. While empathy inspires us to support others, logic reminds us to protect our own well-being. This balance allows us to offer genuine support without sacrificing ourselves. With each act of balanced giving, we maintain our energy, a sustainable approach that enhances both self-care and connection. Empathy teaches us to be patient with others' growth and mistakes, recognizing that everyone is on their own journey. When we allow others the space to learn, we create a supportive relationship that doesn't demand perfection. This patience fosters resilience, as it shows that relationships can withstand challenges and evolve over time. Logic supports realistic expectations, a perspective that reduces disappointment and strengthens relationships. When we understand others' limitations and strengths, we avoid setting unattainable standards. This realistic view creates balance, a reminder that relationships thrive on acceptance rather than on idealized expectations. Balancing empathy and logic encourages us to communicate openly and honestly. Empathy fosters kindness in our words, while logic encourages transparency and clarity. This combination builds a communication style that is both compassionate and direct, creating trust. Each honest conversation deepens the relationship, a bond that grows through openness. Empathy leads us to acknowledge others' feelings without judgment, a practice that strengthens trust. When we validate others' emotions, they feel understood and valued, fostering a sense of safety. This validation deepens connection as it creates a space where both individuals feel free to express themselves without fear of criticism. Logic reminds us to stay grounded in our values, even when empathy pulls us toward compromise. While empathy encourages understanding, logic ensures that we don't stray from our principles. This alignment with values strengthens our integrity, a quality that enhances every relationship. With each act of integrity, we reinforce a connection based on mutual respect. Empathy encourages us to express gratitude, a practice that deepens our appreciation for others. By acknowledging the positive aspects of our relationships, we build a foundation of joy and connection. This gratitude fosters resilience, a reminder that relationships thrive when nurtured with appreciation. Logic helps us approach gratitude with authenticity, ensuring that our appreciation is genuine rather than performative. Authentic gratitude strengthens relationships as it creates trust and respect. Each expression of true appreciation builds a lasting bond, one that values sincerity over superficiality. Each of these practices cultivates a balance between empathy and logic, a harmony that supports meaningful relationships. By embracing both, we create connections that are warm yet grounded, a steady foundation for growth, resilience, and mutual respect. Through this balance, we build relationships that are deeply fulfilling and strong. Transitioning from the balance of empathy and logic in relationships, we now turn to a deeply transformative Stoic practice, meditation on mortality. This isn't a morbid exercise, rather, it's a reminder of life's impermanence, a concept the Stoics believed could profoundly enhance our decision-making. By contemplating our limited time, we're inspired to live with purpose, clarity, and urgency. This awareness sharpens our focus on what truly matters, helping us prioritize actions, relationships, and goals in alignment with our deepest values. Meditation on mortality anchors us in the present and encourages us to make decisions that reflect a life well lived. In embracing this truth, we find a steady guide for every choice, grounding us in authenticity and wisdom. The practice of reflecting on mortality encourages us to value our time, seeing each day as a unique gift. When we acknowledge that time is finite, we're less likely to waste it on trivial pursuits. This awareness shifts our perspective, making us more intentional with how we spend each moment. With each decision, we ask ourselves if it aligns with our purpose, creating a life that reflects our most cherished values. Contemplating mortality also reminds us to release grudges and resentment. Life is too brief to hold on to anger, which only drains energy and distracts from joy. By letting go of past grievances, we free ourselves to live fully in the present. This release fosters peace, a reminder that forgiveness and acceptance allow us to experience life with an open heart, unburdened by negativity. Meditating on mortality enhances gratitude, a quality that deepens our appreciation for what we have. Each day becomes an opportunity to recognize the beauty in small moments, a practice that reduces the desire for more and fosters contentment. This gratitude transforms how we see the world, making us more aware of the abundance around us. With each moment of appreciation, we create a life rooted in joy. The awareness of mortality encourages us to face our fears with courage. When we recognize that life is fleeting, we're inspired to pursue our goals despite fear, understanding that the risk of inaction is greater than any potential failure. This courage strengthens our resolve, allowing us to make bold choices that align with our aspirations. Each act of bravery brings us closer to a life of meaning and purpose. Reflecting on the brevity of life also reduces our attachment to material possessions. When we consider what truly matters, we realize that experiences and relationships hold greater value than things. This perspective helps us prioritize what enriches our soul over what merely fills our space. By focusing on what brings fulfillment, we create a life centered on substance rather than on superficial desires. Meditating on mortality enhances our sense of purpose, reminding us that each decision shapes the legacy we leave behind. This awareness inspires us to make choices that reflect integrity, kindness, and wisdom. With each action, we ask ourselves if it aligns with the life we wish to be remembered for. This reflection guides us toward decisions that contribute to a meaningful legacy. The practice of contemplating mortality brings clarity to our relationships. We become more intentional in expressing love, forgiveness, and understanding, knowing that time with loved ones is limited. This awareness encourages us to resolve conflicts, to say, "I love you" more often, and to cherish each interaction. By valuing these connections, we build relationships filled with warmth and authenticity. Considering mortality reduces procrastination, as we're reminded that there may not always be a later. This awareness pushes us to act on our goals, to take steps toward dreams we may have delayed. Each choice to act now rather than later strengthens our commitment to growth, creating a life that reflects our ambitions rather than our fears. With each step, we move closer to fulfillment. Meditating on mortality fosters humility, reminding us of our place in the vastness of existence. This humility grounds us, reducing the ego's desire for recognition or control. We realize that life's significance lies not in external achievements, but in the impact we have on others. This perspective creates a balanced approach to ambition, one that values contribution over status. The awareness of life's impermanence also encourages simplicity. We begin to prioritize experiences that bring peace and fulfillment over those that complicate life. By choosing simplicity, we create space for reflection, joy, and presence. This simplicity reduces stress, allowing us to focus on what genuinely enriches our lives rather than on what distracts us from our true purpose. Meditating on mortality teaches us resilience as we learn to face life's challenges with acceptance. When we understand that everything is temporary, we become less attached to outcomes, finding peace in the process. This resilience allows us to approach difficulties with calm, viewing them as part of our journey rather than as permanent setbacks. Each challenge becomes an opportunity for growth. This reflection on mortality inspires us to focus on kindness, understanding that each interaction has the potential to leave a lasting impact. We approach others with empathy, valuing their presence in our lives. Each act of kindness becomes a way to honor the time we share, creating a legacy of compassion. With each choice to act kindly, we build a life of warmth and connection. The awareness of our limited time fosters a sense of urgency to pursue passions and dreams. We're reminded that waiting for the perfect moment may lead to missed opportunities. This urgency pushes us to take risks, to step outside our comfort zones, and to explore paths that ignite our curiosity. Each choice to pursue passion creates a life rich with excitement and discovery. Contemplating mortality reduces the fear of failure as we recognize that the journey matters more than the outcome. This perspective frees us from perfectionism, allowing us to try new things without the need for flawless results. By embracing failure as part of growth, we become more resilient, a strength that supports us through each challenge and encourages a life of exploration. Meditating on mortality encourages us to prioritize health, understanding that our bodies are vessels that carry us through life. We become more mindful of our well-being, making choices that support longevity and vitality. This commitment to health enhances our quality of life, a reminder that nurturing the body is essential for a life filled with energy and joy. The Stoic practice of reflecting on mortality helps us find meaning in the present moment. We become more mindful, savoring experiences rather than rushing through them. This mindfulness enhances our sense of fulfillment as we appreciate life's richness in real time rather than in hindsight. Each moment becomes a celebration, a reminder that life's beauty is found in the here and now. The awareness of mortality also encourages self-compassion as we recognize our shared humanity and the inevitable imperfections we carry. This compassion allows us to forgive ourselves for past mistakes, to approach each day with a fresh start. With each act of self-compassion, we release the burden of guilt, creating a life that embraces growth over self-criticism. Meditating on mortality fosters a sense of interconnectedness, a reminder that our lives are woven into a larger tapestry of humanity. We begin to see each decision as part of a collective impact, inspiring us to act with consideration for others. This awareness strengthens our commitment to kindness and service, values that bring meaning beyond individual goals. Reflecting on life's transience encourages us to embrace change, a constant in the human experience. By accepting that nothing stays the same, we reduce resistance to new beginnings or endings. This acceptance fosters resilience, a strength that carries us through each season of life with grace and adaptability. The meditation on mortality ultimately teaches us to live fully. We stop postponing joy, realizing that life's fleeting nature is a call to savor each day. This embrace of life enriches every moment, transforming routine experiences into precious memories. With each choice to live fully, we create a legacy of presence and vitality. Through this practice, we approach each decision with purpose and clarity, grounded in the awareness that every choice shapes the life we leave behind. By embracing mortality, we enhance our decision-making, creating a life that reflects wisdom, kindness, and resilience. Moving from the transformative practice of meditating on mortality, we now delve into the essential Stoic principle of self-awareness, a foundational tool in Stoic critical thinking. Self-awareness acts as an inner compass, helping us understand our thoughts, motivations, and biases, providing clarity in decision-making. In Stoicism, self-awareness is not merely knowing oneself. It's a deep and honest examination of our inner world, allowing us to see beyond surface reactions to the underlying causes. This insight shapes our choices, sharpens our judgment, and strengthens our ability to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. As we develop self-awareness, we unlock the potential for true freedom and wisdom, grounding each decision in authenticity and integrity. Self-awareness begins by observing our thoughts without attachment, a practice that helps us separate identity from momentary feelings or impulses. When we observe our thoughts as they arise, we can recognize patterns without letting them define us. This separation provides a clear perspective, helping us make decisions based on values rather than on temporary emotions. Each act of observation strengthens our clarity, a reminder that we are not our fleeting thoughts. By recognizing emotional triggers, we gain insight into areas where we may react automatically, often without fully understanding why. Self-awareness helps us trace these reactions back to their roots, revealing unmet needs, fears, or past experiences that influence our behavior. This understanding reduces impulsive responses, allowing us to approach each situation with a calm, reasoned mindset. Each insight into our triggers strengthens our emotional resilience. Self-awareness also encourages honesty with oneself, a practice that builds integrity. When we acknowledge both our strengths and weaknesses, we create a balanced self-view that isn't swayed by ego. This honesty fosters humility, a reminder that growth requires self-acceptance and an openness to learning. With each moment of self-honesty, we build a foundation of trust within ourselves. The practice of self-awareness includes recognizing personal biases, a habit that enhances objective thinking. Biases often color our judgment, leading us to interpret situations in ways that support pre-existing beliefs. By identifying these biases, we approach decisions with an open mind, reducing the influence of assumptions. This objectivity fosters fairness, a quality that strengthens our ability to see situations as they truly are. Self-awareness helps us distinguish between genuine desires and fleeting wants, a clarity that supports purposeful decision-making. When we understand what truly matters to us, we're less likely to pursue superficial goals that offer only temporary satisfaction. This insight reduces the pull of distractions, allowing us to focus on actions that align with our core values. With each choice rooted in purpose, we create a life that reflects our true priorities. Self-awareness also encourages self-compassion, a quality that reduces harsh self-judgment. When we recognize our limitations and challenges, we approach ourselves with kindness rather than criticism. This compassion fosters resilience, a reminder that growth is a process, not a destination. By practicing self-compassion, we create a supportive inner environment that strengthens our confidence. The practice of self-awareness teaches us to take responsibility for our actions rather than blame external factors. When we acknowledge our role in each experience, we empower ourselves to create change rather than waiting for circumstances to improve. This responsibility fosters self-reliance, a quality that builds confidence in our ability to navigate challenges. With each choice to take ownership, we strengthen our personal agency. Self-awareness enhances decision-making by helping us clarify our intentions. When we know why we're making a particular choice, we're less likely to be swayed by external pressures or opinions. This clarity of intent provides a steady guide, a reminder that our actions should align with our values rather than with fleeting desires. Each intentional decision strengthens our sense of purpose. Practicing self-awareness also improves our relationships, as it helps us understand how our actions affect others. By recognizing our influence, we approach each interaction with empathy and respect. This awareness creates stronger connections, as it fosters a mutual understanding and reduces misunderstandings. Each moment of self-reflection enhances our ability to relate to others with authenticity. Self-awareness encourages patience, a quality that supports thoughtful responses rather than impulsive reactions. When we observe our emotions without immediately acting on them, we create space for rational thought. This patience strengthens our resilience, a reminder that clarity often emerges in moments of calm. By choosing patience, we make decisions that reflect reason over reactivity. The practice of self-awareness fosters gratitude, as it helps us appreciate both our journey and our progress. By reflecting on how far we've come, we recognize the growth we've achieved, a perspective that reduces self-criticism. This gratitude fosters contentment, a reminder that each step forward is a victory in itself. With each moment of appreciation, we strengthen our sense of fulfillment. Self-awareness also involves questioning our motivations, a practice that enhances authenticity. When we understand why we're pursuing a goal, we ensure that our actions reflect genuine desire rather than external validation. This alignment with true motivation reduces the influence of ego, creating a life that reflects our inner values rather than societal expectations. The practice of self-awareness helps us recognize when we're driven by fear, a clarity that reduces avoidance or hesitation. By acknowledging fear, we face it directly rather than letting it control our actions. This courage fosters resilience, a reminder that growth often requires stepping outside our comfort zone. Each choice to face fear strengthens our ability to navigate life's challenges. Self-awareness encourages us to reflect on our habits, identifying patterns that either support or hinder our growth. When we understand our routines, we can choose which habits to nurture and which to release. This insight fosters intentional living, a reminder that small actions shape our larger journey. By choosing supportive habits, we create a life that reflects our aspirations. The practice of self-awareness also enhances self-control, as it helps us recognize the moments when we're tempted to act impulsively. By observing urges without immediately acting on them, we develop the discipline to make conscious choices. This self-control strengthens our resolve, a reminder that we have the power to direct our actions. Each moment of restraint builds resilience. Self-awareness fosters resilience by helping us approach setbacks with a balanced perspective. When we reflect on challenges, we recognize both the lessons learned and the areas for improvement. This reflection creates a growth mindset, a reminder that each setback is a stepping stone rather than a roadblock. With each challenge, we build the strength to persevere. The practice of self-awareness enhances our ability to forgive both ourselves and others. By understanding our own motivations and struggles, we become more compassionate toward others' imperfections. This forgiveness reduces resentment, a reminder that peace often arises from acceptance. Each act of forgiveness strengthens our relationships, creating a life filled with understanding. Self-awareness encourages us to set realistic expectations, a perspective that reduces disappointment and stress. By understanding our limitations, we avoid placing undue pressure on ourselves, creating a balanced approach to growth. This realism fosters resilience, a reminder that progress often involves steady, gradual steps rather than instant results. With each realistic goal, we create a life that reflects patience. Practicing self-awareness reminds us to focus on the present rather than on future worries or past regrets. When we're grounded in the now, we experience life with full presence, reducing the distractions of what-ifs. This mindfulness enhances our sense of fulfillment, as it reminds us that life's richness is found in the present. Each moment of presence strengthens our clarity. Self-awareness also fosters adaptability, a quality that helps us respond to change with openness. When we know ourselves, we're less resistant to new experiences, as we understand that our identity is not tied to circumstances. This adaptability builds resilience, a reminder that growth often involves embracing the unknown. Each choice to adapt strengthens our ability to navigate life's uncertainties. Through self-awareness, we develop a deeper understanding of our values, a foundation that guides every decision. When we know what we stand for, we make choices that reflect integrity and purpose. This alignment with values fosters confidence, a reminder that true strength comes from authenticity. Each value-based decision strengthens our sense of self. With each of these practices, we cultivate self-awareness, an inner clarity that supports every aspect of critical thinking. Self-awareness enhances our ability to see clearly, act intentionally, and live authentically. By embracing this journey of self-discovery, we build a life rooted in wisdom, resilience, and purpose. Building on the foundation of self-awareness, We move now to a central Stoic practice that complements it: mastering detachment. Detachment, in Stoicism, is not about withdrawal or lack of care. It is about maintaining perspective, understanding that we are not defined by our challenges. This mindset allows us to engage fully without being controlled by outcomes or emotions. Detachment brings freedom, clarity, and resilience, empowering us to face life's obstacles with calm and resolve. By viewing challenges with a Stoic eye, we learn to approach each situation objectively, free from the influence of temporary reactions. In mastering detachment, we cultivate a strength that enables us to live authentically, making choices based on wisdom rather than impulse. Detachment begins with accepting that we cannot control everything. Life is filled with uncertainties, and when we try to force control over each detail, we only create tension. By focusing on what we can influence, we release ourselves from the burden of overreaching, creating a calm space where clarity can thrive. This acceptance brings peace, reminding us that some things are simply not ours to command. Detachment allows us to see our emotions without being ruled by them. Emotions are natural, but when we let them drive our actions, we lose our grounding. Through detachment, we observe emotions as passing states rather than as permanent truths, reducing their grip on our decisions. This perspective fosters resilience, empowering us to respond rather than react. When we practice detachment, we cultivate patience, understanding that not all outcomes will align with our desires. This patience builds inner calm, a reminder that waiting is often part of growth. By releasing the need for immediate results, we free ourselves from frustration, creating a space where solutions emerge naturally. Each moment of patience strengthens our resolve. Detachment also teaches us to let go of perfectionism. When we view challenges without attachment, we see them as opportunities for learning rather than as tests of worth. This perspective reduces self-imposed pressure, allowing us to act with confidence without fearing failure. Each step becomes part of a journey rather than a definitive judgment, fostering a growth-oriented mindset. The practice of detachment helps us avoid over-identifying with our achievements or setbacks. We often place our value on outcomes, but detachment reminds us that our worth is intrinsic. By viewing successes and failures with balance, we maintain a steady sense of self that isn't swayed by external validation. This internal stability strengthens our self-respect, a reminder that we are more than any single experience. Detachment encourages us to approach goals with flexibility, understanding that life's course may change unexpectedly. When we release attachment to specific paths, we become more adaptable, open to new opportunities as they arise. This flexibility enhances our resilience as it prevents disappointment from derailing our motivation. Each shift in direction becomes part of a larger journey. Detachment helps us practice non-judgment, both toward ourselves and others. By viewing situations objectively, we reduce the tendency to label experiences as good or bad. This non-judgment fosters peace, as it frees us from the mental strain of constant evaluation. Each experience becomes a moment of presence rather than a need to assess, creating a balanced approach to life. The practice of detachment also strengthens our ability to listen without feeling the need to respond immediately. When we listen with detachment, we hear others' perspectives without feeling the need to defend or agree. This openness fosters deeper connections, a reminder that understanding doesn't require alignment. Each conversation becomes a chance to learn rather than a debate to win. By detaching from outcomes, we find courage to take risks, knowing that our worth isn't dependent on success. This courage allows us to step outside our comfort zones, to pursue passions and goals without fear of failure. Each risk taken strengthens our resilience, a reminder that growth often requires stepping into the unknown. Detachment enhances our ability to forgive, as it helps us see situations without the weight of resentment. When we detach from past grievances, we create a mental space that allows for peace. This forgiveness reduces the burden of anger, fostering a mindset that values healing over holding on. Each act of forgiveness builds resilience, allowing us to move forward unburdened. The practice of detachment fosters humility, as it reminds us of the limits of our knowledge and control. This humility creates openness, a willingness to learn from others without pride. Each moment of humility strengthens our resilience, a reminder that growth comes from accepting our place in the larger scheme of life. Detachment helps us let go of expectations, understanding that not all situations will meet our hopes. When we approach each moment with openness, we reduce disappointment, a freedom that fosters inner calm. This openness to the unexpected builds resilience as we learn to adapt to life's natural flow. Practicing detachment also reduces the power of external opinions. When we detach from others' judgments, we strengthen our own sense of self, a foundation that doesn't waver with criticism or praise. This independence builds confidence as we learn to value our worth from within rather than seeking validation. Each choice to detach from opinion strengthens our self-reliance. Detachment reminds us to focus on the process rather than the result, a mindset that values effort over outcome. By engaging fully in each step, we create a life rich with meaning, free from the need for perfect results. This perspective builds resilience as we find fulfillment in the journey itself. Each step taken with detachment strengthens our purpose. The practice of detachment enhances our ability to respond calmly in challenging situations. When we view problems objectively, we reduce emotional reactivity, allowing for thoughtful responses. This calm approach creates a steady mind, a foundation that remains strong even when faced with uncertainty. Each moment of calm reinforces our resilience. Detachment allows us to practice gratitude for each moment, rather than focusing on what could be different. By appreciating life as it is, we create a sense of peace that isn't reliant on change. This gratitude fosters resilience, a reminder that fulfillment often arises from embracing the present. Each moment of appreciation builds a life rooted in contentment. By mastering detachment, we develop the discipline to let go of what no longer serves us. Whether it's habits, relationships, or beliefs, detachment helps us release attachments that hinder growth. This release creates mental clarity, a reminder that growth often requires letting go. Each act of release strengthens our resilience, creating a life that reflects our values. Detachment fosters a realistic view of time, as it reminds us that each moment is fleeting. This awareness enhances our appreciation for the present, reducing the tendency to dwell on the past or worry about the future. This presence builds resilience, as it keeps us grounded in what truly matters. Each moment of presence enriches our experience of life. Practicing detachment strengthens our ability to forgive ourselves, as it helps us release guilt or regret. When we view our past with compassion, we create a space for growth without self-blame. This forgiveness builds resilience, a reminder that mistakes are part of learning. Each act of self-forgiveness strengthens our ability to move forward with clarity. Through detachment, we gain a sense of freedom, a liberation from the need to control every detail. This freedom fosters a calm mind, a steady foundation that supports resilience in every area of life. With each act of detachment, we create a life that reflects strength, peace, and clarity. Embracing this Stoic practice, we learn to face challenges with a balanced, unshaken perspective. Building on the strength we gain through mastering detachment, we now explore Stoic techniques for framing problems with clarity and focus. How we view challenges can transform our approach to them. The Stoics teach that the perspective we choose is crucial. When we see a problem clearly, without distortion or unnecessary worry, we create the mental space to respond thoughtfully. Framing a problem is not about minimizing its significance, but about understanding it in its true scope, separating facts from emotional weight. By honing this skill, we unlock the ability to approach each obstacle with a calm mind and steady focus, making decisions that align with our values and objectives. This approach doesn't make problems disappear, but makes them manageable, empowering us to move forward with purpose and clarity. To frame problems effectively, we start by examining our initial reactions. Often, our immediate response to a challenge is colored by emotions like frustration or fear, which can cloud our judgment. By pausing and acknowledging these feelings without letting them dictate our actions, we gain clarity. This pause allows us to separate the problem from our emotional response, creating a balanced view that supports objective analysis. A powerful Stoic technique for framing problems is asking, what's truly at stake? By focusing on the core issue, we prevent ourselves from becoming overwhelmed by secondary concerns. This question brings focus, guiding us to address what matters most without getting lost in details. Each moment spent identifying the core issue strengthens our clarity, making the path forward more visible. Another way to frame problems is by breaking them down into smaller parts. When faced with a complex challenge, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, but by dividing the issue into manageable pieces, we create a sense of control. This approach reduces mental clutter, allowing us to tackle each part with full attention. With each step, we move closer to resolution, building confidence in our ability to handle even the most daunting obstacles. The practice of reframing challenges as opportunities for growth transforms our relationship with difficulty. When we view problems as chances to learn and improve, we reduce the fear associated with them. This mindset shift brings a sense of purpose, reminding us that each challenge is part of our journey rather than a disruption. By focusing on growth, we approach problems with curiosity rather than with dread. Framing problems through the lens of the Stoic dichotomy of control clarifies our focus. When we ask ourselves which aspects of a problem we can influence, we create a targeted approach that directs our energy toward constructive actions. This perspective reduces frustration as it frees us from the need to control the uncontrollable. By focusing on our sphere of influence, we strengthen our sense of purpose and agency. Viewing problems with a long-term perspective helps reduce their immediate impact. Often, we react strongly to challenges because we view them as permanent or defining. By reminding ourselves that most problems are temporary, we create a sense of calm. This perspective reduces urgency, allowing us to address the issue with patience and resolve. Each reminder of life's impermanence brings peace, a steadying force in times of stress. Framing problems with gratitude enhances our resilience. When we focus on what we still have, even in challenging moments, we shift our mindset from lack to abundance. This gratitude creates a balanced perspective, reducing feelings of helplessness. By appreciating our resources, we approach problems with a stronger sense of self, a reminder that we are more than the obstacles we face. Practicing non-attachment to specific outcomes allows us to approach problems with an open mind. When we're fixated on one solution, we may overlook other possibilities, limiting our options. By releasing attachment to a single outcome, we create mental flexibility, a readiness to explore alternatives. This openness strengthens our ability to adapt, making it easier to find effective solutions. Using visualization to frame problems helps us mentally prepare for challenges. By picturing ourselves facing a problem with calm and confidence, we reduce the fear of the unknown. This mental rehearsal builds resilience, a reminder that we have the inner strength to handle difficulties. Each visualization reinforces our belief in our abilities, creating a steady foundation for action. Framing problems as part of a larger narrative brings clarity. When we view each challenge as a chapter in our journey, we reduce its weight, seeing it as a moment rather than a defining factor. This perspective fosters resilience, as it reminds us that challenges are temporary phases. By focusing on the bigger picture, we create a sense of continuity that carries us through obstacles with ease. Asking ourselves, "What can I learn from this?" shifts our focus from problem-solving to personal growth. This question encourages us to see challenges as teachers rather than as threats. Each lesson we draw from a problem strengthens our wisdom, a reminder that life's difficulties often bring hidden gifts. By embracing each challenge as an opportunity to learn, we create a mindset of growth. Practicing humility in the face of challenges enhances our ability to view problems objectively. When we approach situations with humility, we recognize our limitations, reducing the tendency to overestimate our control. This humility fosters clarity, a reminder that we don't need to have all the answers. By accepting our place in the larger scheme, we approach problems with a balanced perspective. Framing problems through self-awareness deepens our understanding of our reactions. By examining why a problem triggers specific emotions, we gain insight into our values, fears, or insecurities. This self-awareness creates clarity, allowing us to separate personal biases from the actual issue. Each moment of reflection strengthens our resilience as we approach problems with a calm, centered mind. Viewing problems through the lens of compassion reduces harsh judgment toward ourselves and others. When we face challenges, it's easy to blame ourselves or those involved, but compassion helps us see the situation with understanding. This perspective fosters peace, a reminder that we are all doing our best. By approaching problems with kindness, we create an environment of calm rather than of tension. Focusing on the actions we can take rather than on the problem itself empowers us. When we direct our energy towards solutions, we create momentum, reducing the mental weight of the challenge. This proactive mindset builds resilience, a reminder that we have the power to influence our experience. With each action, we reinforce our sense of agency, transforming problems into opportunities for progress. Choosing to view problems with curiosity opens the mind to new perspectives. Curiosity removes fear, as it encourages us to explore rather than to avoid. This openness fosters resilience, a reminder that challenges are not barriers, but paths to discovery. By approaching problems with curiosity, we create a life filled with learning, a journey that values growth over certainty. The practice of framing problems through Stoic acceptance brings a deep sense of peace. When we accept challenges as natural parts of life, we reduce resistance, creating mental clarity. This acceptance doesn't mean passivity, it means engaging fully without fighting reality. Each moment of acceptance strengthens our resilience, a reminder that peace often arises from embracing rather than resisting. Using gratitude to reframe obstacles creates a sense of abundance, reminding us of the resources we still have. This perspective shifts our focus from what's lacking to what's possible, reducing feelings of inadequacy. Each moment of gratitude builds resilience, a steady assurance that we are capable of handling challenges. By adopting these Stoic techniques for framing problems, we create a life filled with clarity, resilience, and purpose. Each perspective strengthens our ability to navigate challenges with calm and wisdom, making every decision reflect our values and goals. Embracing these approaches, we find that even the toughest problems can be viewed with a clear and focused mind, grounded in a Stoic understanding of life. In exploring the Stoic path to critical thinking, we've uncovered tools that empower us to live with clarity, resilience, and integrity. From understanding what truly lies within our control to balancing empathy and logic, each practice builds a steady foundation for making wise decisions, even in the face of life's biggest challenges. Through self-awareness, we learn to see ourselves honestly, and by embracing detachment, we gain the freedom to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Meditation on mortality reminds us of life's preciousness, grounding our choices in purpose, while Stoic exercises for grounding and centering keep us steady. Together, these practices create a life where clarity isn't just a momentary goal, but a lasting state of mind. If these ideas resonated with you, share your favorite takeaway in the comments. How will you apply these Stoic principles to your own journey? And if you're ready for more insights on Stoic wisdom and personal growth, make sure to subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any future videos. Thank you for joining us on this journey to deeper understanding and purposeful living.